What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel with me, Free Tip Scout, here on Twitch and also on YouTube at the same time. Now, before we get started, because we have a lot to do today, actually, before we get started, I want to say real sorry. We were supposed to stream yesterday, and unfortunately, we didn't. So if you were jumping on, you were ready to get going, so we could look at Cap 40, L15, basically Cap cheat codes for Sorare, which was what we were supposed to do yesterday. I'm really sorry that we couldn't do it. Had a bit of a shocker with the microphone, and thankfully I've got it sorted now, so the microphones are working, which is why we couldn't do it yesterday. But we're going to be doing a lot of cool stuff today. Now, before we get started doing the stuff that we need to do, Sorare has actually just dropped a new pitch notes, which is their weekly update about the game, and I've not had a chance to read it properly, but I did skim read it before we went live, and there is definitely something that we need to talk about because it's quite important, and it's been a massive source of frustration for a lot of managers. So we're going to dive straight into that. Of course, the games we're covering are Sorare, Pooky. We also talk a little bit about Ultimate Champions as well. You can find all the links to get involved in those games today, the ones that we're covering, in the chat. So big thank you again to Twitch Gaming. He's always on the ball. Thank you, Twitch Gaming, for jumping those in. Will you scout today? Our Sailor Man. We'll do a little bit of scouting, but I think it's going to be mainly lineup building, to be honest with you. We might need to, we actually need to scout for a new forward for our SO5 team, which is a community-built team, and it's a team that is basically playing for rewards for you guys. So we need to find a new forward, and we need to, I think, together as a community, we need to try and figure out who that new forward is going to be, and then we can go out and get them. So let's crack on here. Right. So the first thing we're going to do is I want to come over to Sorare's Twitter, because as I mentioned, they've just literally, like 17 minutes ago, they've just launched a new kind of update. And I have to say, as somebody that has been playing Sorare for a while, and as somebody that has also criticized Sorare quite openly, and I've not been, there's no secret there at all to that, I've been criticizing Sorare for a while about how poor their communication has been for a very, very long time. And what I have to say is that these pitch notes are exactly the sort of thing that I wanted from Sorare in the first place, and that also I think the Sorare community really needed. So I've got to say a massive, massive thank you to Sorare for listening to the feedback, for finally putting something together, which means that they are regularly touching out or checking in with the community rather than everybody just searching around, eyes scrambling, and we're hearing nothing, and it's just complete radio silence, and everyone's in the dark, and they're thinking, what's going on? Because that there, not communicating regularly, even just to check in with small things and to just keep people up to date, that there was one of the biggest things, in my opinion, that was causing people to lose trust in the game, lose trust in the platform, and start to see their confidence in the game suffer because they were feeling left out, they were feeling abandoned, and they were feeling like that they're not being engaged enough. So amazing that Sorare's doing this pitch notes, right? And this is the pitch notes that they've just released 17 minutes ago. Let's click on it. Okay, so let's just have a quick read of this, and then we can discuss it. So our latest pitch notes here is just a bit of what you can expect over the next week. For our next jersey drop, we will test a new system where managers can exchange coins for a ticket to enter a random draw to win a jersey. Boom. Big boom. Because if you don't know, if you're new to Sorare, if you've never even had an opportunity, or you've never even tried to get the merchandise on Sorare when they do the drops, I'm going to tell you right now, and I don't mince my words on this channel, it was a fucking joke. The way that they were doing it was ridiculous. It was stupid. It might have sounded like a good idea to begin with, but in practice it didn't work because they were dropping a finite amount of jerseys, right, and merchandise, which you'd expect because they're not going to have them in massive amounts of supply, right? but then they have hundreds of thousands of users in the game that are going to want to get their hands on them. And so you have 100,000 users on the one side,
To the real
and then on the other side, you've got just a handful of merchandise that you're giving away. So it just became a scramble to get it. And basically, every time they drop them in the current system, they sell out after like a second. And everyone's like, what's going on? It's so frustrating. There's always been a better way to do it. And for a long time, we haven't had a better way. Now they are saying that they're going to test a new system. The community's proposed stuff like this, where it's effectively a raffle. So this is great. This is really great. It's taken a long time to get there, but they finally got there. And I think that this system will be so much better than what we've got. The only thing that's not explained here, and I wonder if it's explained if we click on here. Okay, let's click on here then, right? Let's bring the article up, and then we can talk about it. Because the only thing that wasn't actually explained was if you pay which I'm sure will be the case, right? If you pay the coins for a ticket, which will then put you in a raffle, if you then don't if you don't win it, then you should technically get your tickets back, right? Or your Sorare coins back. I'm hoping that that's the case, but we're going to read it now, and hopefully they mention it in here. Let's go and have a little look. The reward prize pool is something we'll come back to. Where is it? Okay, so in here, okay, I think I know what's going on here. This is basically referencing another article that they've done, but this actually isn't, the link here isn't actually the new pitch notes. Okay, I'm with it. Hello to Galatav as well. Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome into the channel. Yeah, not a big pitch notes article. Basically here, I think we just need a little bit more elaboration on it. Now, maybe they've responded already. Let's have a little look here. No, they haven't. So at the moment, we don't know whether if you spend the coins and you don't win the raffle, do you get your coins back, or do you just basically see your coins get spent? I'd like to think that you get the coins back, right? If you don't win it, so that it only takes the coins off the managers that have actually won the raffle, because that kind of makes sense, right? And that's the fair way to do it. I think if you were taking the coins off people when they don't win, then there's no point for that, because Sorare can't even really use the coins. So yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be that you get the coins back if you don't win the raffle. So hopefully we get a little bit more elaboration on it, but I think it's safe to assume it's going to be that. And then it also says we will soon launch our second collections event once again for select collections on the 2022-23 season. So if you've been holding cards on Sorare from last season, and you've basically just been waiting for a specific competition to use them in, then it's coming. Another one's coming, which is great. Doesn't give any indication about the dates. That's a little bit frustrating. I'm sure we're going to get another update about it, but it would be great if Sorare could give an indication when they're doing these pitch notes of when, like roughly when. They don't even need to necessarily say the date, but are we talking, is it this month? Is it next month? Is it in a few months? I mean, soon for me says that it's probably coming within the next few weeks, but it would just be great if they could just tie in some kind of like a time frame on it, so that then managers can potentially start to plan already, or they can just start to get excited for it. This is cool, but we don't know when it's coming. So yeah, just keep a lookout for it. And I think we'll probably, we definitely will get another update on it soon. And it says here, last but not least, it says on Friday, managers can opt to set their account to discoverable so that you can more easily connect with your friends in your mobile contacts on Sorare. So very similar to, like, for example, if you download Telegram or if you download WhatsApp, it basically tells you once you've downloaded the app, do you want other people to be able to find you? And do you also want to find other people using your phone contacts? And that's basically what it's doing here. So this is going to be a new feature to be used by managers with iOS and access to the Rivals beta who want to challenge and connect with their contacts. And it says, we have plans to expand this functionality to beyond iOS and Rivals too. So if you have Android, and if you don't have Rivals, you won't be able to do it. If you have iOS, then you can do it, even if you don't have Rivals. If you have iOS and Rivals, then you can basically send, you can connect and send invites out then to people that maybe aren't playing Sorare, but are in your phone book effectively, which I think is pretty cool. I think it's a pretty cool thing. Sopsy, yeah, hi. Says and words that they won't get their coins back. What do you mean? Where does it say that? Where does it say that you won't get your coins back? I wouldn't expect to get the coins back. That's not how raffles typically work. Yeah, true, but also, I think it would be cool if they gave the coins back, because essentially you're kind of almost, you just want to pay to get it, right? So if you don't get it, I don't think I really want to pay for something that I'm not getting. At the moment, obviously we have a system where you're not actually paying like to basically try and get the drop, right? You're just basically paying when you get the shirt. So that should remain the same, in my opinion. That in the current system, you only, if you are lucky to get it, then they take the coins from you, right? But I think if they change it to a system where you're paying for a chance to get it, I don't think that's really cool, because then I think people will just get equally frustrated with it, that you could end up spending, I don't know, just keep with me here, you could end up spending, if you had 30,000, right, you could, no, take that back. You have 300,000, right? And you go in for 10 of these raffles, okay? Let's say they cost 30,000. You go in for 10 and you don't win at all, right? So then you spent 300,000 on what? What have you spent 300,000 on? Do you know what I mean? They can't do it that way. They can't do it that way, because then it would just be another negative shit show where people be like, this is crap. Like I'm paying for something and I'm not getting anything. And all of these other guys are paying and they're getting a shirt, right? I think the fair way to do it is to say, once you actually get it, then we take the coins away from you. That's all people want. They want to actually just have a chance to win, right? So put yourself in a draw for a raffle. That's fine. I'm paying to be in the draw. If I don't win it, give me my coins back and I can try again the next time. But just taking the coins, if they don't actually get the jersey, I'm telling you now, people will get pissed with that. People will get pissed off with that, and it won't work at all. You exchange coins for a ticket, makes it sound like no return on the coins. It does make it sound like that. But I'm telling you guys that if that's the system that they're going to, it's not going to work. It's not going to work well. Because let me ask everybody in the chat here, if you are trying to go for a shirt, right? Let me put this question out to everyone. If you're trying to go for a jersey, you have 300,000 Sorare coins, you go into 10 draws, right? 10 raffles, and you don't win it at all, right? You don't get a single jersey. Are you going to be happy? Are you going to be happy? Are you going to be talking about Sorare in a positive light? Are you going to be saying this is a great system? You're not. You're not at all. Nobody's going to be saying that this is great. However, if they do it so that you actually get the tickets back and you just get another chance to go again, right? And then maybe you don't win again, but you just get the coins back to keep going and to keep going. You know that it's going to be a draw, right? So you can't really complain if you don't get it. It's a random draw, right? But you're not losing anything just by being in the draw. Okay, that's going to be way better, because Sorare technically only need to take the coins from you when they are giving them out to people. So the same kind of principle as what we have is that when you actually get it, they take the coins from you. If they don't do it that way, I'm telling you, it's just not going to work very well at all. And effectively, Sorare would create another different monster than what they've got now, where people hate it because they can't even get their hands on the jersey, but at least they're not paying for nothing. Whereas, if you create it where you still take the coins, but you don't get anything, people are going to probably hate that even more, because then they're paying for nothing. So I'm pretty sure that Sorare is going to, they're going to probably be clear on that. I'm sure there'll be another communication to say, do you actually pay for nothing if you don't get if you don't get successful in the raffle? or are the coins refunded back to you if you're not lucky enough to win, and then you can just try again the next time. I think that's a way better system. There's no need to take the coins at all, just for nothing, basically. Wonder if the ticket also costs the same as the jersey was in the store. If you spend 15k for a ticket and don't get coins back, that's taking off a lot of coins from the game, which economically makes sense, but surely annoys a lot of people. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what Twitch Gaming is saying there. If you don't want like a game full of pissed off people, then you don't take coins for nothing, right? You just don't. You don't take coins for nothing. Especially if they keep the prices as they are, which maybe they will. I don't know whether they're going to change it or not. You could argue that they could change it now that there's going to be like a raffle system. So they could potentially make it lower, right? Because then if they're going to take the coins away from you, like it would make, okay, I'm going to lose, say, like 5,000, but then like I have 50,000, so I can just keep going. But I will say they don't need to do it, and I don't think they should do it. So hopefully we're going to get a communication that says they're not doing it, and that if you're not successful in the raffle, you just get your coins refunded and you can just try again another time. That, for me, is a win-win for everybody. All right, what do we think about the pitch notes? The small little update, but I think it's quite a cool one. I like the sound of the new collections for 2023. It's pretty cool. No indication about the league or the specific type of club or anything like that. So again, it's pretty loose. Doesn't really give enough to kind of get super excited about it. But there's definitely some good things coming in the pipeline on that. And then this is quite cool too. Just being a little bit more discoverable. I don't think it's anything that people were really, if I'm honest with you, were really thinking we need in the game. But actually, it's quite cool. It's another additional thing that I think will help make the game grow. So I'm pretty happy with it. What does everybody think about the pitch notes here? Good, bad, concerns? What does everybody think? We'll discuss it for the next 5 minutes. We'll see what everyone thinks about it, and then we'll crack on. Let me read the chat as well. Hello to Arthur. Would be a shit show if they remove them if you don't win. Yeah, it really would be, actually. It really would be. Guys, what do we think of the pitch notes? A legitimate question to everyone. Good, bad, negative, things that you were hoping to see in the pitch notes here. Something that you were surprised to see. Do you like these pitch notes? Because I like them. I think they're great. I think this is something that we've been dying for. Well, I have anyway, just dying for Sorare to be more forthcoming with the information, right? And with what they're doing. Because we've always said that they're super busy and they're doing lots of stuff behind the scenes. But if they don't communicate that, then people are getting frustrated because it kind of gives the impression that Sorare aren't doing anything. Whereas actually they have always been quite busy. They've just been terrible at telling people that they're busy behind the scenes doing stuff. And it's so funny. It's so crazy how literally for years we never got that kind of insight into this is what we're working on. And it is so commonplace in the game. If you're playing any type of game that's got a good comm structure to it, the game will update you regularly in the game as to what the devs are doing, whether they update things, why they've updated it, and like the list of what they've updated, what they're working on, some dev notes basically. And Sorare they just never, I don't know, it seemed like it took them a long time to catch on and think, okay, that's how we should be doing it, because they just were not doing it for so long. And so I'm really happy that they are now doing this, because this in itself for me is such a game changer, because this can help foster more positivity in the game rather than, as I say, people just getting frustrated and people just thinking, like, this is crap. We don't hear anything from the company. I don't know what they're doing. Everyone's saying, do this, do that. And then we just have radio silence from them. So good that they're doing this now. See what happens. About time we get Android app like iOS. Yeah, Android is so slow in comparison to iOS, isn't it? I've heard that the kind of the like, what's it called? Like the not loopholes, the rings that you have to jump through, the hoops that you have to jump through on Android are much more. And there's like a bigger sign-off process for Android, so it takes longer, which is probably why the Android is coming after iOS because it's just easier to get things through and out into the store and updates push through on iOS. Classic Google. But yeah, it would be nice if we can get the Android app up to the iOS. To be honest with you though, I'm not even using the Android app still. I probably should be. As they've improved it recently, right? But I'm still not using it. Is anybody using the Android app? If you are, like, tell me now and tell me what you're using it for, because it might be the sort of thing that I need to go back to and I need to start using. But I just got used to not using it. That even though the updates that they made were pretty cool, I've still not used it. I've not gone back to it yet. You're not at the moment, Sopsy. Hello also to Neighbor as well. How you doing, Neighbor? Is anybody using the Android app at all? I really would like to know. Is anybody using the Android app as like their main way to play Sorare? That I would love to know, because I don't know anyone that is using the Android app as a sole reason or the main way that they play Sorare. If you are, I want to hear from you for sure. No, I have installed, but only check the notifications. Okay. So yeah, the push notifications that you get now. Yeah, I'm good, neighbor. I'm good, man. Really good. Yeah, apologies we didn't do a stream yesterday, but my mic was kind of my mic was fine, but there's something went wrong on my software, my streaming software, which basically deleted all my settings for my mic. So that's why I might even sound a little bit different today. I had to reconfigure the mic and it was a freaking pain. I really didn't want to do it. But yeah, now I've done it, thankfully. I don't use the Sorare app or the FPL app. Morning also to Tistil. I'm the web guy. Web guy. I use iOS. I'm on the bright side, but I only use an app to check scores on NBA when Sorare data doesn't work. Yeah. It's going to be quite interesting when Sorare... let's take it off that. It's going to be quite interesting when Sorare finally release Rivals onto the app properly, because that's, for them, what's going to be the main reason to be playing and interacting with their app, right? It is an app-first kind of game mode. And so once the Rivals is properly finished and is properly released, it'd be really interesting to hear and to know how many then start to play Sorare purely from the app. I've got to be honest with you. I think even if like Rivals comes, when it comes to the app, I still can't see myself playing Sorare just with the app. I can probably see myself like checking the app a bit more, almost like what I do for Sorare data. I can still see myself using a web browser to play Sorare. And maybe, of course, if I'm out and about, then I might dive into it. But I think if I was at home, for example, I'm not going to be, I just can't see myself actually using Sorare as an app over the web browser. It seems like a game that I want to play on a big screen, you know, like a desktop screen, and like a game that I want to sit down, have a keyboard in front of me and just kind of like do some proper research and just, I don't know, like have a mouse as well. I don't know, it's weird. Like I'm also not massively behind Rivals, so like I'm only realistically going to be playing the Pro. Maybe for Rivals, you know, because it's so quick and easy to pick up and play, then probably if you're just playing Rivals, then I can imagine that you would just be living in the app more. I can't imagine for Pro that I would be switching my web browser, like my desktop, for just doing Pro on web, on an app. But if Sorare make the app amazing, if they make it like completely out of this world, then you never know, right? But at the moment, I still can't see myself using anything other than like a computer to play Sorare, especially if I'm at home. Hello to Lobs Gaming. Made my Sorare user with my Google account. Can't log in with Google account yet on the app for Android. Can you not? Oh my God. That's terrible. That's bad. Have you raised a ticket? Because that sounds like a basic that if they give you an option to start Sorare with a Google account, then you should technically be able to then access the app with your Google account, right? I'd raise a ticket. If you haven't already, Lobs, then raise one, because that shouldn't be happening, really. That's quite a basic, to be honest with you. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me that it's happening, unfortunately, because, it's Sorare, so there's often things that are kind of half done or things that are not quite done, but they have good intentions to do them, and then you have to kind of wait. So maybe they thought that they would get it sorted, but they haven't just got round to doing it yet. But raise a ticket, man. Raise a ticket for that. Our rivals I do in the app because it's better than on web for me. Yeah, that I can get with. I think the rivals would be quite cool to do on the app. I've had a little go at rivals, not on the app, because it's not on the Android app from what I can see. I do have the Android app, but for some reason I couldn't see the rivals on there. Maybe I need to go and check that again, but I don't think it was on there. But I'm just playing the rivals when I am playing it. I'm pretty much just doing it from my phone using the web browser on the phone. And I feel like that is a game mode that's very much, you don't do it on a computer. You just do it like on mobile, right? You do it on an app. So yeah, cool. All right, cool. So new pitch notes from Sorare is definitely appreciated. Let's give this a little bit of a retweet as well. I like this. I think this is quite cool. Repost that. Right. So first of all, we need to do some lineup building for the weekend. However, the one thing that we need to start with is our under 23 team. Okay. Our community under 23 team. Now, every week we have a community under 23 team that is playing for you guys. Not me, it's playing for you guys, okay? So every week, you guys get to pick the team. You get to choose who goes in, who stays out, and you get to pick who's the captain. And then every week, it's obviously trying to compete for a card award and cash rewards, of course, but any rewards that it wins, we'll then give out to one of you guys, right? I'll never keep them for under 23 this season. I'm giving them all away. And we have a little bit of an issue. And I spotted this issue yesterday, and then Ligma also dropped me a message or tagged me on Twitter this morning to remind me. But I spotted it yesterday when I was checking Play Sharper. And this is the beauty about Play Sharper, because I was looking at the Croatian lineups, and I was looking at Rijeka, because I had Smolcic in my Cap 240 rare team, and I clicked on this here. Click on it so you guys can see as well. I clicked on this last night. This is what's so good about the experts on Play Sharper. And then I kind of scrolled down, and then what you could see is that there's no Smolcic here. There's Salahi, who I have, and then there's Tony Fruck. But then I was thinking, well, where's Smolcic and where's Jankovic? And then on the right-hand side here, the expert has basically said that Smolcic is suspended and Jankovic is suspended. So the two players that we had in our under-23 team in such a good fixture as well are not playing. Can you believe it? We were talking about this game a few days ago saying, well, we've been so unlucky with our under-23 team. This has got to be the time now, the weekend, where our under-23 team can just smash together. And especially if we play all the Rijeka boys, because a home game against this Slaven team is perfect. Slaven are not good at all. You can see the odds for Rijeka to win are 1.23, and then the odds for Slaven to win away are 11. So it's a complete mismatch, and this is the type of fixture that we needed to target hard. We did, but it just so happens that the two players that we were going to play are out suspended. So we need to do something here, and let me show you what we've got. So we go back into Pro here, and then let me show you the under-23 team. I've made a slight adjustment. Okay, we go into it. So, right, we can't do anything about our forward because our two forwards are Christoph Lang and Killian Corridor. And Killian Corridor, he does not have a game, okay? So Killian Corridor, he can't go in. Christoph Lang has to go in, right? The same for our goalkeeper. We were playing Sander Tangvik. Tangvik no longer has a game. His season's over. We have to play Lovro Mashkick, okay? So these two positions are fixed in. Then we were going to play Tony Frook because he's one of two midfielders that we've got. Now we don't have Yankovic. We absolutely have to play Tony Frook now. And then our two defenders were Smolcic, you can see here, and Kosunu. Now, of course, we can't play Smolcic anymore. So I've brought in Kosunu, and he has to go in now. However, we are one player short, okay? We don't have another player available from our under-23 team. So what I've decided to do, because we don't want to sell Yankovic at the moment, and we don't want to sell Smolcic. We don't want to technically sell Corridor, even though I think we might want to. But if we try to sell him now, then we might not actually be able to get that sale done. I'm happy to do it if you guys want us to do it. I'm happy to put Smolcic and Yankovic and Corridor or one of those up for sale if you guys vote today and tell me that you want to do it. If you don't want us to sell them, that's fine. What I will do is I will then just loan a player to the under-23 team because I have loads more under-23 players, but they're not, we just don't have enough. So I'm going to have to loan a player into this team so that this team does not have a DMP player for the weekend. So what do you guys want to do here? Do you think we need to sell, or should we try and sell either Smolcic, Yankovic, or Corridor, or do we just loan? Do I just loan you somebody? Because if we put them up for sale, they can sell, and then we can maybe try and get somebody else for them, or we just keep them and then we just play them the next week. I think the next week we can play them, right? Let's have a little look. Under 23. Let's go and have a little look here. Under 23, where you at? Okay. Game week 4-3-3. Okay. So game week 4-3-3. So this is next weekend, okay? Game week 4-3-3. We go into the under 23 team because maybe this is going to help answer that question, right? If we have players that are not going to play. So we've got Mash Kick again. We've got Smolcic and Kosunu who both have a game, which then means that Frook and Yankovic have a game too. And then up front, Corridor has a game. Oh, look at that. Corridor has a game, but Christoph Lang doesn't. So if Corridor, everyone's gonna be fine next week. We can put out a full under 23 team next week with the players we've got. At the moment, we can't. Yeah, Corridor's not really a nailed on start anymore, is he? No, he's not. He's £3.38 on the market right now. He's been doing kind of badly, which is probably why he's lost his place, because he's just not scoring enough. We bought him for God. This is why this limited market's horrible. It's painful. We've lost so much money doing this under 20. Well, I say I have, which is fine. We put £100 in and like we done it, because it's a series that we're doing on the channel, right? But when we rebuilt our team, we didn't rebuild the under 23 team for another value of like £100. We initially built a team for £100, then we rebuilt it, and then we rebuilt it for like £40. Now, based on some of the prices of limited cards, I think if we were to sell our players, we'd probably end up having about £20 or £15 left over from £100. It's been horrible. It's been a painful one to swallow, even though I put the £100 in, and it's like it's fine, right? It's absolutely fine. It's £100 I knew I wasn't putting in to try and get return. It's painful just knowing that we're spending a lot of good time doing the scouting, we're finding good players, but regardless of all of that, the prices are just all going down to the point where you're just losing on your investments no matter what. I don't think any single player, that's not true. There's one player in our under 23 team that is up based on what we bought them for, and it's Christoph Lang. Everybody else, I think, is down, which is really frustrating. Should have bought Lafay for under 23. Let me give you Let me give you a poll. Let me give you a poll. So I think that's the way to do it, isn't it? So we're going to do a poll here. I'm going to ask you guys for the players that aren't playing, right, this weekend, I'm going to ask you guys whether we should sell them. Okay, so a small little poll coming up here. So the players are Small Sitch. This is going to be interesting. Small Sitch, then Yankovic, then Corridor, right? But I'm also going to give you guys an option where we don't sell any of them, okay? So it's not like we should sell and which one do we sell? It's a case of should we sell? So you have an option here where we shouldn't sell anybody, okay? So don't sell anyone. As I mentioned, guys, if we don't sell anyone, that's fine. I will just loan somebody for the under-23 team from my gallery to help you guys this weekend. And it could be anybody. I'll show you the players that I've got in a second. Obviously, if we sell somebody, then and if we sell them before the deadline, we can then use that money to then try and go out and buy somebody. But it's completely your call, okay? I'm going to put 2 minutes on that. Let me also go back here. Okay, so this is the team at the moment. And then let me show you guys the under-23 options that we've got, okay? Okay, so Biaki is an under-23 player, but I need him for my Cap 220. Zan, I'm not using at all, which is kind of why I just threw Zan in there, even though he's got quite a horrible game. We've got Cass Odenthal, who I need to play in second div. Brian Ramirez, I need for Champion America. Alfie Doty, I need for the Prem Winter Special. I don't need this guy. This is actually a guy that was given to me by one of you guys that we could give out. He's not playing, though, so I'd say that he's probably not a good option. Bart Van Roij, I need for Cap 220. Martin Mormon, I'm not using. Neko Williams, kind of not really using, but also he's not playing. Stefan Skirbo, we could loan in here. Thomas van den Kiebus, we could loan in. And then we've got the likes of Botheim, El Kurani for Utrecht, who doesn't look like he's playing at the moment, unfortunately. Then we've also got Jonathan Burkhart, who I was playing in Cap 270, but that's okay. I could easily find somebody else for Cap 270. If you guys wanted to put Burkhart in here. We've got Matty Pollock, Marlon Mustafa, and then these two guys down here that basically aren't playing, or actually these three guys that aren't playing. So I've got a few extra under-23 options. I'll be honest with you, there's not a lot of good options there. Jonathan Burkhart's a good option, but he's not starting at the moment because he's just come back from injury, even though he has a good fixture. El Kurani's a good player, but if he's not starting, it's not really going to help us. Botheim not starting, and when he does start, it doesn't do that good. Skirbo, he's actually injured at the moment, Skirbo. Thomas van den Kiebus is kind of in and out of the team. He's not got a bad fixture, though, against Kortrijk, so he could do quite well. And then Martin Mormon's got a horrible fixture against Red Bull Salzburg. And then Zan's also got kind of like a horrible fixture. So I can loan you a couple of those players, right? One of those players. It's just a case of what you guys want to do. So, poll. There we go. The poll's up, guys. So please do vote, because whatever happens here with the vote, we're going to honor it. So if you guys decide that we shouldn't sell anyone, we're not going to sell anyone. And then you guys just going to tell me who you want me to put in the under-23 team. So vote right now. If you're over on YouTube, you won't be able to vote, but just jump over here on Twitch and you'll be able to vote straight away. And yeah, once we have the vote, we'll then know what we need to do. So make sure you vote, guys, because this is your team at the end of the day. As I mentioned, we don't need to sell anyone. And this is also something to keep in mind, right? Because we know the state of the market in Sorare right now. We could try to sell somebody, which, you know, we could do. It doesn't mean that we're going to sell them. It doesn't mean we're going to sell them. Especially in limited right now, we might still be trying to sell somebody a week from now. But if that's what you guys want to do, we'll do it. But just keep in mind that if we don't sell them, then we're just going to have to loan somebody in for the game week. Because we're not going to go out and buy somebody until we sell somebody. So we have to sell them first before we can actually go out and buy a new player, right? If we don't sell them, we're kind of stuck, and then I just have to loan you a player anyway. You must be kidding me. I can't believe that we have, and this, honestly, this might be the last vote I think I ever do for the under 23. I'm not kidding. I can't believe how low amount of votes we have for this here. Like, this is your team, guys, honestly. I feel like if we don't get the interest in this team, which essentially is like an under 23 team for you, I'll just pick it. I'll just pick it myself. I want you guys to pick it. I want you guys to get behind this team. I want you guys to get invested in it. I want you guys to be determining what happens with it, right? We only had 7 votes there. 7 votes. We need to have more than that, guys, no? Like, this is a team that effectively can try and win you a reward. If it wins a reward, one of you guys are going to win it. So please get involved in the votes. I feel like every week I'm having to say, I'm almost having to beg for the votes here. I shouldn't really need to do it. Like, this is literally your team. And if, like, there's not enough interest for it, then I can literally just stop it, and I'll just sell the players and then just use that money to do something else, right? But I want you guys to have an under 23 team, and I want you guys to have a chance of winning under 23 rewards. But if there's not enough of like when we're doing the voting for it, then we'll just stop it, honestly. But I want it to keep going, okay? So when we do more votes on this one, please get involved, please, because there's literally no investment from you guys at all, apart from just a small bit of time to vote as to what you want this team to be. And then, of course, you can shape how this team does. And if the team does great, it will feel amazing that you've then contributed towards this team giving out a card reward to the Sorare community. Hey, FTS, how are you today after another United win last night? Yeah, pretty cool. It was a decent win as well, because I only caught like the last 40 minutes of the game, but United actually looked brilliant. And you can tell that there was a reaction. So after the Newcastle game, you can tell. And even afterwards, when they were talking to Ten Hag, you could tell like they'd had a very serious crunch meeting after Newcastle with the players to say, no more. Basically, no more. Like, you can't perform like that anymore, because it's just the lowest of the low. It's not good enough. It's unacceptable. And then they've obviously had a real rollicking at them and saying, we're gonna start to take some serious action if you don't up your performances. And then, yeah, they've had a big reaction, which is great, which is what you want a team to do. So I was, pretty happy with it, man. Pretty happy with it. But the problem that I have is that even though it was great, I'm still a bit worried that we're going to get the old Man United like slipping back into performances. Great performance against Chelsea, but I want to see them do that consistently now. And I feel like we could just easily see Man United produce another Newcastle performance in their next game. So I'm a little bit, I'm not cracking open the champagne, but I'm definitely happy that we beat Chelsea at home. Yeah, really good. I need to start backing the players that are playing well, but can't be part of the future. Yeah. Right. The guys here in the chat that did vote, which was 6 of you, Corridor, you voted that we should sell Corridor, okay? So we're going to honor it. We're going to honor the vote. And we are going to get Corridor up for sale, okay? If we can get him up for sale and if he can sell, then we will then try and get replacement for him. Just find Corridor here. Right, Corridor. We bought him for £8.55. We're not going to be able to sell him for £8.55. A day ago, he went for £3.98. What we're going to do, we're going to get him up on the market for as low as we can. Also, I want to ask everybody here what's going on, right? Because there's something that's a bit screwy here. And it's been like this for the past few days for me. Is it like this for everybody, where you can see we've come on to Killian Corridor and it's telling us that there are 12 limited cards for sale. We can only see 2. We can only see 2. Is this the same for everybody else? Because this is for me, for every single player. Every single player I go on to, I'm only seeing like I'm seeing the instant buys, So there's a handful of instant buys here, right? But I'm not seeing all the cards. And then when we go onto Corridor here, right? We go onto the auctions and offers and we go onto limited. Look, we should be able to see all those cards there. All those cards are up on the market. We can't see them. Like, is it like that for everybody else? Or is it just like that for me? It shows all to me, does it? What's going on there then for me? Like, I can't see them and I have no idea. It's been like this for me for, oh, let's take that off first of all. No, that's different. Yeah. Like when I do clear all filters here, look, clear all filters, okay, then it shows me all the cards for a player. But obviously I'm only interested in seeing the cards that we can buy, right? That are listed up for sale. So then when I put the tab on for cards on sale, right? Look, I don't understand it. It's literally been like that for me for the past 3 or 4 days. You have any filters on? I don't know. And when we have the filters on, look, I do clear all filters here. It's bizarre that it's only happening for me. But I'm trying to figure out if it's not happening for anybody else. You can see them all. You can see them all. I don't understand. So we do, again, cards on sale. Look. Should be able to see 12 limited and 1 rare. We can see the 1 rare. Can't see. Maybe I need to change this, right? I mean, technically I shouldn't need to, but let's change this as well to what? Ending soon. Wow. Look at that. To be honest with you, I hadn't even checked that before. Probably should have checked that a few days ago. So if I have it on newly listed, wow. So the newly listed is glitched, right? For me, where it's literally just showing a handful of cards for newly listed. What about best value? Okay. The best so it looks like newly listed is glitched. Highest price is working. Yeah, highest price is working. Lowest price should work as well. Okay. So this newly listed is glitched for me. I'm gonna have to try and take a screenshot or something or a video. Believe newly listed is only for cards listed in like 24, 48 hours, so it doesn't show cards listed for a 7-day gap, for example. When have they changed that? When have they done that? And if that is the case, right? If that is the case, then why does it default to newly listed? I don't want it to be defaulting to newly listed, right? I want to be seeing the lowest price. So if that is the case, that they're only showing the newly listed cards, right, that are within 24, 48 hours, that's cool, but then it shouldn't default to newly listed. It should be defaulting to lowest price. And it seems to be defaulting for me. Can we change the default? You should be able to change the default view in settings. And I've asked that. I've asked them to do that. Let's type in a different player here. Let's type in, let's just do both I'm. Okay, so now it looks like since I've changed it to lowest price, it's changing to lowest price now. Okay, interesting. That's better. That's much better. So yeah, that was weird, but I'm glad we got to the bottom of it. So if you're also seeing not all the cards on the market, you're thinking what's going on, then just simply take it off newly listed and put it on lowest price, highest price, ending soon, or best value, but most likely lowest price, right? And then you'll be able to see all the cards on the market. The newly listed, from what you guys are saying, won't show everyone. It will just show, for example, the handful of cards that have been listed over the 24, 48 hours. To be honest with you, I think that's kind of crappy because like all of these cards have, they have like a time limit on it, right? So if you have it on newly listed, then it should actually just show you by order, from chronological order, from newest to oldest. It should just show you these ones here were the most recently listed, and then these ones down here are like the oldest listed. What's the point in sorting and then also removing? It's not a sort and exclude, it's a sort. This is a sort. So I don't understand why the newly listed is really excluding. it should just sort them. But yeah, if you are in the same boat and you just literally need to take it off newly listed and then put it on lowest price there. Hello to Beast195. How you doing, man? I'm doing good. What's up, Doctor? Any rewards this week? I don't think so, no. My team for the midweek is going okay, but our best team is in Cap 220, and obviously there's no weekly rewards in Cap 220. So no threshold, no weekly rewards or anything like that. We might have a chance to hit threshold if we get 172 from these two players here, but I don't think so, actually. Yeah. Really annoying thing, right, with the Cap 220 is the Cap 220, this could have been actually really good if we'd have played Pochettino. Because usually when we play Lucero, we play Pochettino, so we kind of stack them together, right? But the reason we didn't play Pochettino is because Pochettino's kind of recently lost his place in the team. He hasn't been starting, and then he ended up starting again last night. So, like, we would have been flying in Cap 220 if we had Pochettino in here, because then it would have been a really good score, something of around, what, 370, something like that, 380. Could have been pretty good for the month long. If you want to, I'm currently second in Cap 240. Might be my first podium ever, says Tiago. Tiago's on for his first ever podium at the moment. What is that? Cap 240 limited or Cap 240 rare? I mean, either way, it's incredible. So I hope you can stick with it, man. There's still quite a lot of games to play though. Like the games tonight, well, I don't want to be negative on you, right? I just want to try and manage like your expectations a bit. But yeah, there's a lot of games still to play tonight. And so it could be that you don't hold on to a podium. So yeah, but fingers crossed you can, man. Really. Was first, but a 95th minute goal from Canones took it from me. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of games to play still. So keep an eye on it. But even if you don't get top 3, like how many points are you on and how many more players do you have left to play, Tiago? All right, let me know. How many players do you have left to play and what's your points total? And then we can tell you whether you're going to get second or not, probably, with that. Canones helped over the line for Cap 240 with his 90 plus. I checked other lineups and there's only 2 people that can score above me and they need massive scores. Really? How many points do you have at the moment? You can check. Gallery is TF Sushi. Let's go and have a look then. TF Sushi. Okay. Let's have a quick look here. TF Sushi. 1 tier 3, 1 tier 0. Currently second in Cap 240, which is incredible. Okay, cool. Wow, look at that team. How incredible is that team? 440 points. Wow. It's very good, man. I love that Daiba Saicedo is doing so good as well. He's brilliant. We talked about him a lot a few months back because I actually had him. I had him when he was at Vancouver, and I kind of was waiting for him to do something there. Then he obviously got sold, and now he's doing great. And he just needed the right environment to do great, the right club. And yeah, what a great player to have. I mean, look at his scoring. Been really good, isn't it? Very smart from you, man. I think what I like about this as well is the fact that your Tyrol stack didn't even realistically do that good in that game. They lost 2-1, and yet you're still ending up second right now with a team that basically lost, apart from Daiba. The 4 here were on the losing side, and yet they still all scored really good. That's amazing. That is amazing. It's very unusual for that to happen, where somebody is so high up with a team that was on the losing end, right? Really cool though, man. Please let us know if you can cling on to this here. How much of the leaderboard? 84% of the leaderboard. Okay. Yeah. We'll be crossing our fingers for you, man. We hope that you can get your first ever podium. How many points away are you from... How many points away are you from first? Let's have a little look. How many points away are you from first here? 4 points from first, is it? Wow. Okay. What a great effort, man. Great effort. Okay. What we need to do, guys, so let's get back on track. What we need to do is we need to get Killian Corridor up for sale. So, £3.37 here. Okay, our one's got 5% on it, which, you know, to be honest with you, I want to place our 5% one just underneath here. I don't want to put our 5% card lower than a 0% card. We'll put it just under here. So we'll put it at like 365 or something. Can't believe we're we could potentially sell Killian Corridor for 365. Oh God, what a massive loss to take. Here we go. Let's do that. Is that what we're gonna do? Yeah, 365. Okay. Confirm. Okay. Right, guys, Killian Corridor's up for sale. So if we sell Killian Corridor, then we can go out and we can buy another player. If we don't, then who is it that we want to put in? I think I'll give you 5 options, which I think are realistic, and then you guys can vote for who you think we need to put in here. So I think the options we need to put in are Zan. So we'll do another quick poll here. But as I say, guys, please do get involved. Who do we loan to under 23? Right? And then we can kind of put Zan in here. Miguelj. Right? I'm going to give you 5 options. Zan. Martin Moorman's probably not going to start, is he? We'll check that first of all before we give him as an option. I don't think he's going to be starting. Yeah, Martin Moorman, he's not a starter, and he's nowhere to be seen here. Yeah, so he's unlikely to start. If we go on him as well, he's a good player. He's kind of a under 23 player that I picked up for like the long term. But you can see that he doesn't play. He played 1 minute. He played 1 minute, and he got a... Oh my God. He played 1 minute, and he conceded an own goal. He scored an own goal in 1 minute. How terrible is that? Must have literally come on from like a corner or something, and then headed the corner into his goal or something crazy. Oh, wow. Okay. Martin Moorman's not an option. Neco Williams isn't an option because he's not playing. Skirbo, I think, is injured. So we're not going to give him as an option, I don't think. We'll have a quick look, though. Pretty sure he's injured. Got a look. Yeah, Stefan Skirbo is questionable. He's not here at all, so we won't put him down. Thomas van den Kiebus we can do, though. Thomas van den Kiebus we can do. Who's got a good fixture there. The other option we can look at would be El Karani. That's not a great option because he's not really playing. But I'll give you him anyway. We might see if we can check him to see if he's going to start. Most likely, but I don't think so. So Soufiane El Kariani. Oh man, name's really annoying. Difficult to spell. Also, Taverner for under 23 might be a good shout. His A is very good and price should drop with the long winter break. Yeah, but he is a good shout, Taverner. Good player. Jonathan Burkhart can go in here, though. The legend, the Luton to legend, Jonathan Burkhart. Okay, so Jonathan Burkhart. Right, and then... Matty Pollock, even though Matty Pollock's not really starting. He's probably the only other under 23 player that I have that I'm not using for this game week that we could consider. So I'll give you Matty Pollock as well. So guys, what we're doing here is you are basically voting so that if we don't sell Killian Corridor, who is it that we would then put into this team? Because Corridor's not got a game. So if we don't sell him, we're then going to have to put somebody in or just run with the DMP. And I don't want you guys to run for a DMP, right? I'm happy to loan somebody out to the under 23 team from the under 23 players I'm not using. So you're just voting here as to which of these 5 players you would like to be basically drafted in if we don't sell Killian Corridor. If we do sell Killian Corridor, it's fine. We'll then go out and we'll do another vote and we'll see who you guys want to buy. But we need to have a contingency. So, new La Liga celebration cards announced. Yeah, that makes sense with the Liga winter special, right? And probably there'll be some celebration cards for the German one as well, most likely. Right, you guys have 2 minutes to vote. The voting starts now. So do vote. And then whoever gets the highest amount of votes is as the player. Whoever gets the most amount of votes as a player we'll put them in for now. And of course, if we don't sell Killian Corridor, that'll be the player that we then play in our under 23 team. And then we need to do another vote as well to work out who's going to be the captain. But yeah, we'll do this one first. So let's have a little look. Okay. So remember, the votes cost nothing. The votes mean that we can put basically a team together that you guys want, right? Rather than me. It's all about you guys here because this is your team. And hopefully we can get a player, we can get a team that can actually help us to a card reward. Because this is actually quite a good weekend for our players, funny enough. It's a shame that we don't have Smolcic and Jankovic because then we have a really good shot. But yeah, either way, yeah, let's just see what you guys are voting for. So Zan at the moment, no votes for Thomas van den Kiebus or El Karani. 1 vote for Jonathan Burkhart, no votes for Matty Pollock. And you guys have got probably another like 40 seconds or so to get votes in. So if you really feel like we should be getting somebody else, this is your chance to try and decide it. Let's also have a little look because you guys are telling me that Sorare have just launched the celebration cards for La Liga. Okay, yeah. So celebration cards for La Liga. Okay, cool. Okay. This is cool. This is cool. And the celebration cards look great as always. You know, oh wow, look at that one. Look at Griezmann there. It's pretty cool. I think we'll have a little look at them actually to see firsthand what they look like. Look at the Pedri one. The Pedri one's pretty cool, right? That's a very cool card to win or to get. The Pedri celebration. That is wicked. That's going to go for a lot, I reckon. What else we got here? Simon. Griezmann. It's okay. Take's not too bad either. This is such a crappy celebration, this one, from Isco. It's so boring. This is really cool. I like how different this is, right? This one here from... there's not a lot, is there? There's not loads of them. It's just Pedri, Isco, Griezmann, Unai Simon, and then Take. Yeah, the Griezmann one's kind of cool, right? It seems very much like how he would celebrate, which is what it should be about, right? Celebration cards are what I hope normal cards was going to be. These are great. Yeah, they're pretty cool. They are really cool. And then, Rahul, I think Pedri has exactly the same card in Ultimate Champions. You might be right. I think you're right. Yeah. Right, the vote should be in now. You guys have voted for Zan Ragelj to be in our under-23 team if we don't sell Killian Corridor. At the moment, we're trying to. If he doesn't sell, then the player that will play in here will be Zan. It'll be Zan Ragelj. We need to do one more vote. one more vote for the time being. Okay, so stick with me. This is quite an important vote. This is a vote as to who we need to captain from this team. So who is our under-23 captain? Now, obviously, that could change if we sell Corridor, because we might then bring in somebody that could be a better captaincy pick. But if that's the case, we can do another quick, almost like a quick poll before the game week starts. But I think for now, I want to actually ask you guys in as much time as possible who you guys want us to vote for. So the goalkeeper match kick. Let's also just take it off this here. Like that. Okay. And what we're going to do as well, we're going to put this team in for now. We're going to put this team into the lineup builder so that you can see some of the stats as well for it. Kosanu, Fruk, and then Lang, and then Ragelj. Okay, cool. Let's go back here to the lineup builder, and let's put in... this is for game week 433. If we go to game week 431, which is this weekend, we can then put in Lang. We can put in Kosanu. The midfielder can be Fruk. And then we can put Zan in here as well. Where's he gone? There's Zan. And then in goal, we can put Magic in there. Okay. So you can kind of see the pick scores at the moment. Where Fruk has a AAA pick score and a 73% chance for his team to win at home. He's averaging over his last 15 games 59, and these are his last 15 home games, I believe, right? Yeah, his last 15 home games actually. Matchkick has an A pick score. He's away though to forget the name of them. Gorica. He has a 23% chance for a clean sheet. His opponent scores 41. He has a 21% chance to win. Kosanu is away to Stuttgart. He has an L15 of 52. He has an A pick score. And the Leverkusen have a 44% chance to win. He has a 27% chance for a clean sheet. And his L5, L15's been okay. And then Lang has a home game against Wolfsberger. There's a 22% chance for 3 goals scored. His team has a 42% chance for the win. And Lang at the moment has an L5 of 57 at home and an L15 of 53. He's been in really good form, actually, Lang. And then Zan, we have in here. I probably would say that we really shouldn't captain Zan, but if you feel like we should, then go for it. That's what the whole point of the poll's about. But Zan has a really horrible game. He is at home, but he's at home against USG, who are obviously one of the best teams in the Belgian Pro League. And he has a pick score of a B. He has an L15 of 49. And if we click on him here, yeah, there's a 19% chance that they will win against USG. And Sporting Charleroi have a 10% chance to score 3 goals. So they don't have a big chance to score good. So, a quick vote here as to who you think we should captain in our under-23 team. And then once we've done that, we can move it on because we need to scout for, well, try and sell and then scout, I think, for a new player for our SO5 team. So, guys, the votes are happening now. You're voting as to who you think we should captain for our under-23 team this weekend. And whoever you vote for, that is going to be the captain. Griezmann is absolutely insane. Need to sell my house and girlfriend. Fruk home game should be better for cap. Yeah, if you think so, then vote, Thiago. If you think that we should be captaining Fruk, then put your vote in, man. So everybody should try and vote here. If you're on YouTube, again, you won't be able to vote. You need to hop over to Twitch to vote. And the vote's kind of important because if you guys as a community can get this under-23 team right and it ends up winning a card award, I'll give that card award away to one of you guys out there. just as that vote's happening, I'm also going to show you that for our SO5 team, because you might not know if you're new to the channel, we have a couple of community built teams, right? Where these teams are trying to win rewards for you guys, and then if they hit the rewards that we're trying to get, then we will give the team away. Now SO5 is a little bit different because with the under 23 community team, if it hits a card reward, I give that card reward that we win away to one of you, right? Our SO5 team is a team of five players that we're playing in Cap 240, right? And if that team hits threshold, I give the whole team away. So 5 players get given away to 5 different subscribers on the Twitch channel here. If you're not on Twitch, if you're not subscribed to me on Twitch and you want to have a chance of winning these 5 cards, then make sure you sub, and you can sub with Amazon Prime. The link to do so is at the top of the chat. But our SO5 team has been struggling at the moment to hit threshold because we didn't really pick it that good. I have to be honest with you guys. I felt like, yeah, we could have done a way better job on this one. And a lot of our picks don't really make sense. They don't really synergize as a team. We've got a player here who's playing in the K League. We've got a player here in the Liga Smart Bank, a player in the Serie B. We do have, you can't see him here, but we've also got Lopez. We have Nicolas Lopez, actually, this guy here, who was our forward. Now, you can see that I've already got him listed up for sale, right? He has no game, and so we need to try and sell him before the game week starts so that then we can go out and buy a new forward. If we can't sell him, we're stuck with this team. We're stuck with Lopez, and then we have to try and hit the threshold with a DMP. But hopefully we can sell him, and then we can try and get a new forward. Right, how did the voting go? You guys voted for Frook. Okay, so 73% of you voted that Frook should be the captain. I think that's a smart pick, to be honest with you guys. That's actually the player that I would have captained. So we're going to put the captaincy on Frook. Okay, so at the moment, this is our under 23 team for the weekend, which is playing for card rewards for you guys in the community. And if it hits a card reward, then we are going to run a giveaway so that one of you guys can then win it. So this is the under 23 team as it stands for the weekend. We're trying, as I say, to sell Corridor. And if we sell Corridor, then we can look at then using those funds to go out, try and get another under 23 player. Doesn't have to be, well, it technically has to be another forward because we need to have a backup for Lang. So we'd need to look for another under 23 forward for probably around £3.65. What do you guys reckon? Let's put this out to the chat. Is this team winning a card award, or is this team not winning a card award? So I always like to try and get a sense from you guys as to whether this is a hit or a miss. Is this a hit this weekend, or is this a miss this weekend? You guys tell me, right? Hit or miss in the chat. I will give you my thoughts afterwards, what I think this is going to do. But hit or miss in the chat. Is it going to win, or is it not going to win? Anathabam says hit. Arthur Low, hello to Arthur Low, or Lou, from YouTube, says a miss, actually. Sopsy says yeah. Majestic says a miss. And then Tiago says potential for a card award, I believe. Okay. So at the moment, we have a couple of misses. We have a couple of hits, really. It's quite split, the opinion. It seems like at the moment, like half of you believe it's going to hit. Half of you believe it's not going to hit. It's going to miss. I think, personally, that it's not going to hit a card award. I think it would have hit a card award. And I don't want to be too negative, right? Because you never know. It can. Of course it can, right? But I think that if we had Smolcic in here and Yankovic in here instead of Zan, Regelj, and Kosunu, just with the fixtures that those two have, And with the really favourable fixture that Smolcic and Yankovic had, I think if we had those two in, and I asked the same question, I would be saying I think it could hit. I think it could hit a card reward. The fact that we don't have Smolcic and Yankovic, I think at the moment with this team, like Lovro Majkic, for example, Lovro Majkic is, in my opinion, not going to keep a clean sheet against Gorica. So we're already not going to get a score of 60 points or more from Majkic. And then we have to hope that he doesn't concede 3 goals, right? I think there's a potential he can concede 2 though. And so then if he concedes 2, we're going to need his AA to be really good to then at least bump him up into the 50, 60 range. But I think he's going to concede. Okay, so there's not going to be a score of 60 points here. Most likely not. Kosunu's a good player, a really good player, and he scores really well. This is the type of game that we don't want Kosunu for, because this is a game that will most likely have lots of goals in it. Like Stuttgart, very attacking. They're okay defensively. Against Bayer will score against them, but I think also Stuttgart, the way that they're playing, will score against Kosunu. Now, Kosunu can score well, even if he doesn't keep a clean sheet. But if this game gets a little bit crazy, if there's several goals in it, like maybe if Stuttgart score 2 goals, which I think they have a chance to do actually, funny enough, then it's going to eat into his ability to score well, because then he won't get the 10-point clean sheet bonus, and then he'll also be getting -8 points because it's -4 per goal. So we kind of need him almost to do a last man tackle or a clearance off the line, and then to have like a beastly AA game as well, which we know he can do. So this is fine. He could score well. I don't like this fixture for him. I prefer a bye game at home against a less threatening team going forward. Tony Fruk is brilliant here. Tony Fruk at home against Slaven is really good. Tony Fruk actually has the potential to, well, if we get this right with the captaincy, which I think we have, then Tony Fruk could be a big part of this team hitting a card award. Even if the others don't quite live up to standard, if Tony Fruk can hit like a monster score, which he has the potential to do in this game, then it could be the difference. Christopher Lang, we know, is really good. He doesn't tend to hit more than 60 or 70 points. Against Wolfsberger at home, he probably will do okay, but we're going to need him to have a goal involvement against Wolfsberger. If he doesn't have a goal involvement against Wolfsberger, then of course he's going to struggle. But he's in such good form, he could probably do quite well. Zan, on the other hand, probably won't do good because it's against USG. Zan can score 50 with his AA, but he's also the type of player that realistically we need him to have a goal involvement. So we're kind of like relying and banking on Zan having the one goal involvement, which I think Charleroi will probably at most get. I can't see Charleroi scoring 2 against USG. And then if they do, we need him to be involved in both of or one of them. So I think that Zan's probably not going to score good. I think that Majkic's probably not going to score good. If Christoph Lang scores well, if Fruk scores good, if Kosunu scores good, then this is great. But then if these two don't score great, we're going to struggle to hit a card reward, because we then won't be able to hit a score of around 360, 370, which is kind of what you need to be aiming for now in limited and especially under 23. So yeah, I think this is going to miss it. But I think it's going to miss it because of the fixtures that we've got. Stuttgart will score too. Yeah, they will. Stuttgart will score. Stuttgart will score. They actually have the potential, Stuttgart, to score 2 or more, but most likely 2. There's no way that Leverkusen keep a clean sheet against Stuttgart here. So we're already accepting the fact that Kosunu's not going to have 10 points added onto his AA, which then means that we need him to do like a monster game in order to make up for that lack of 10 points that we don't get. Kosunu away at Stuttgart will be very hard. He needs a clearance or that last man tackle. Yeah, he does need it, doesn't he? or just score a goal or get an assist, which is unlikely. But I think that we're going to need Kosnu to get a decisive because, yeah, it could be difficult for him to give us a score of 70 in this game without a decisive, I think, personally. And like when you break it down, right? Because this is something that I always say to you guys on the stream. So when I'm planning my lineups, I will, especially for Cap 240, I'll be thinking about realistically what every player is going to give me. Okay, so let me just show you how I would do it, and this is why I think that this team's not going to hit a card reward, right? Like Mash Kick in this fixture here, I think we'll probably score 40. Let's say 50, right? Let's say maximum 50. I don't think that he can give us a score of 60 points or more here. But he might be tested enough that his AA will get him up into the 50 range, even if he concedes 2 goals, right? So Match Kick, I'd say 50 as a maximum. Kosanu, unless he gets the decisive, I think that he's probably going to give us a score of around 55. Let's say 60 at the most, right? Because he can do it with his AA. So let's say that we're going to get 60 from Kosanu, 50 from Mash Kick, right? It's 110. Tony Frook, with Tony Frook, let's say that we're going to get around 70, because I am quite confident that Tony Frook can give us a goal involvement, and then his AA is pretty good usually. So let's say 70, then combined with his captaincy bonus, it's going to be about 80, right? So let's say that we get 80 from him. At the moment, we've then got 190, right? Then Christoph Lang, are we going to give us a score against his opponent of like 60, okay? So 190 plus 60, 250. And then Zan's probably going to give us a score of about 40. So then we've basically got a score of 300. So 300, we need a score realistically of around 340, 350 to have any chance of winning something at tier 5. And I think that this team is probably going to hit around 300. So we're going to be, I think, about 40 or 50 points too short. And this is why it's really important to just try and, like, with your own teams, to try and realistically, based on the fixtures and based on how those players score, to realistically, like, try and look at a worst case scenario, and then kind of like plot out in your head or on paper what you think each player is going to score for you. And then when you do that, you would then see that this team is, well, all things going the way that we've planned it, this team would realistically hit around 300. So if we had better options, we'd be like, okay, what's another player that can potentially give us a better chance to get to 350, 360? Do we need to take out Zan? Do we need to find a different goalkeeper that has a better chance for a clean sheet? Because we need to find that 40, 50 points. These guys are probably going to be okay, but who could we find for the extra 2 to close that gap, right? And you should really be trying to do that for all of your lineups that you build, especially Cap 240. It's vital for Cap 240, because with Cap 240, of course, the whole point is to try and hit a points total, right? So you need to be figuring out who can get me to 280. Now, my Cap 240, I've had to make a change, and we're going to start to do my lineups now. I've had to make a little bit of a change here, and it's actually a change that I'm a bit worried about, because I actually had Smolcic in here. So I had Smolcic and Lyndon Salahi, but obviously Smolcic is now suspended. So we've had to take him out. And then the replacement I put in here is Zapa. So now when I look at this team and I work it out, right, I think this team is going to struggle to hit 280 points, okay? Because Ali Varul in this fixture, I don't think he's going to concede 3 goals. But I think he has a chance to concede 2. If he concedes 2, I think that he can probably give me a score of around 45 or 50. So let's say 45, right? So 45 from Ali Varul. Happy at home against Trabzonspor is not a good fixture. From Pappy, I would expect to score in this fixture of around 50, okay? So we have 45, Then we've got 50. It's 95. Okay. Then what we've got Salahi. Salahi's an interesting one because Salahi will tend to give me a score of around 50, 55. So if we say 55 from Salahi, right, and then we have him as the captain, because I don't think we have better options actually as the captaincy. We have him as the captain. He's then going to give us a score of what? Around 60. So we've got 95, then we've got 60. So we're basically looking at 100 and what? 155 there. So that's 155. We've got anti-airseg. Anti-airseg's probably going to give us a score, probably a 40. If let's say he gets the decisive, so then that will give us up to what, 220 potentially 220, give or take, if he gets a decisive, and then we need Zappa to then give us a score of 60 to get us to just 280. And I think Zappa in this fixture can give us a score of 60, but even if he gives us a score of 60, we then need anti-airseg to give us a score of 62, if all of our other thinking is correct. So you can already see the dilemma here, is that I'm looking at my Cap 240 rare and I'm thinking, I don't know whether this can actually hit threshold, because, you know, if we get those scores that I just talked about, we're only just about going to get over the line for threshold. And that's relying on everybody. That's relying on Ali Varol not conceding 3 goals and having a good AA to give him like 45, 50. It's relying on Pappy not having a shocking game and giving us roughly what he's good at getting, which is 50. Salahi needs to get like 50. Airsig needs to get a goal. So I'm not as confident this week with Cap 240. If we'd had Smolcic in here instead of Zappa, then I think I would have, Smolcic instead of Zappa, I might have been a bit more confident, but not so much at the moment. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think this team can hit threshold? Because I think that it maybe only just about does it. I think it's going to be really tight this weekend. I'm not overly that confident. What have we got here as well? Okay, cool. If we put this team into the lineup builder, Sopsy says not sure. I'm not sure either, man. I can't see it. I want to be positive. I want to be really confident. It's one of those game weeks I'm not as confident with Cap 240. And it's probably an argument that I maybe need to change the team up. But I can't really fit in the other players that I want to fit in, unfortunately. Maybe the lineup builder will tell us something different, though. Yeah, look. So the lineup builder is telling us that we should be playing Zappa, Ali Varol, Pappy. So those 3 we've got. Then Arda. So we have a defensive stack, which actually I don't agree with. I think that's a bad call because this is just a horrible fixture. And then it's telling us that we should be playing Biaki, which actually I don't mind, but Biaki at 54, we just can't afford to put him in. And if we did, then we would have 48, and that's one shy of then being able to afford to put Kadri in. So the only way that I would put Biaki in here is if I could then play a decent player that's costing 48 or so, and Kadri's 49. Like, if we had that team in Cap 240 Rare, then I would probably put Kadri as the captain, and then I'd be feeling quite confident about it. Or I'd put the captaincy on Biaki, because I think that team can have a really good shot at hitting the threshold. But with Biaki in there, if you look at our options here, we've got kind of Hugeba, who's out, Beisinger's out, Daryl Dyke's out. Samba Camera, no. We don't want to stack with Camera here. Away to Konyaspor. Sandy Walsh is at home against Club Brugge. We don't want that either. Thomas Henry, a sub-player at the moment, but a very good player. Sander van den Streek. I don't trust that he's going to start here. And even if he did, he's not got the level of scoring at the moment that makes me trust that he can help us to threshold. Antonio's injured. Edvardsen was on the bench in the last game. I don't want to risk him in Cap 240. He's a Cap 220 player for now. Richie, no. Ogden's not a clear starter at the moment. João Figueiredo is not actually a clear starter either, even though he's got an okay game. I wouldn't trust him actually to help us to threshold if I can't trust that he's going to start. And then Arda, it's telling us to play. Arda in this game again, it's already bad enough that we have Pappy, right, in this fixture. We don't want to double up in this fixture. So, yeah, it doesn't really work like this, right? If we put my team in, then we'll see. So we just put that team back in, right? Complete the lineup. So that team there is saying that it would have a score of 67, right? If we take these guys out and we put Anti-Eseg in, and then we put, where's he at? Salahi. There we go. And then we put Salahi as the captain. It's also 67. And to be honest with you, I think I prefer that more than having Biaki and then a player that I don't think gives the whole team a nice balance to it, right? So I think it's going to be difficult, but this is kind of what we're looking at for the team. What's happening in the chat? Chat's really quiet. Let me try and focus a bit more on the chat here. What's everybody focusing on for the weekend in Sorare? Is it threshold again for everybody, or I feel like threshold needs to be the focus for everyone, but maybe it's not for everyone. Is anybody playing Sorare and not focusing on the threshold, as in not putting their best players in the threshold and trying to actually hit card rewards? That I'd be interested to hear about that. So what's everyone's focus at the moment? Amateurs, as always, semi-pro competition. Did you win anything in the amateurs Twitch gaming on the weekend? Have you been winning anything since they've reduced the number of people that have been entering? I think you did, right? I think you won before, no? Malv, also for you, you're focusing on the amateurs, are you? Okay. How are you guys finding the amateurs since they've made the change? It's probably so early to maybe comment, right? But the people that are winning, are you seeing that they are not needing such ridiculous scores anymore? Like, how are you finding the amateurs since they've made the change? And I'm just going to pop away for 1 second. So let me know your thoughts in the chat, and I'll read them when I come back in a second. All right, guys, so we're back again. Right, so got 5 home games in my rare 240, which always feels good, but will probably go wrong somehow, says Noli. I actually quite like it when you look at your team and they've got not only 5 home games, but 5 good home games as well, right? But yeah, I also agree with you that sometimes it can lure you into a bit of a false sense of security where you think, okay, this is great, but then we know how it works in fantasy football, and especially Sorare, one DMP can just completely kill the hope, right? But I hope that it goes as well as what we think. I've won in the Liga Semi-Pro, and my mate won in League One. I'll probably win midweek in League One, as there's only 2 games which were strange to see it having opened. Yeah, bizarre. Shouldn't really do that, to be honest with you. But I mean, it's great when you then compete in it, and it's like there's only a few games, and you've got enough players to do it. Limited caps under 23, second div, challenger, all-star, and kickoff rare. Also the Liga and Premier League specialist. When does the so the new La Liga and the Bundesliga, when do they start? Those private leagues, right? When do they start? Need to have a little look. I've not really paid too much attention to them because I can't compete in them, right? Because they are these ones here. Okay, so this one starts on December the 8th, so it starts this weekend. Okay, cool. This one starts this weekend, and then the La Liga one also starts this weekend. Okay. Yeah. So if you did miss those, and if you're, for example, you haven't started to play Sorare yet, and you want to, it's honestly a really good opportunity to start playing, because for the first time ever, Sorare are hosting a private league, which means that you jump into their private league and then you're competing in the game against other like-minded managers who are also new to the game, because it's purely targeting new players here. The reason it's only targeting new players is that you need to collect your first limited card to compete. So if you have like more than one limited card already, you can't enter it. You need to have basically one card, and if you don't have a card, you can basically pick up a card, because they're going to give managers who join the private league a $10 voucher, right? $10 voucher. Pretty cool. You get a $10 voucher to just throw in and buy somebody with it, and you can get somebody really good. So I haven't really paid too much attention to it because it's not something that I can compete in, but I think it's a really good thing for the game and for new users. So yeah, this kind of kicks off this weekend, which is really cool. But just going back here, where were we at? Yeah. So is anybody actually competing in that? I think most of you guys probably have more than one limited card already, right? So then probably these aren't going to apply to a lot of you. But if you are new to Sorare, and if you're not already playing it, then use the link in the chat. You'll find that link there. If you use that link, you'll get £20 free credit. And then that £20 free credit can help you to then buy the players that you want, and then you can kind of compete in this league as well. Dose of ETH per usual for me, 30 points away from it this midweek with 1 player to go. I go cap 240, all-star cap, 220, and then cap 270 is how I start thinking about my lineups. You think about your lineups pretty much the same as me, Soxy. So now when I'm building for Sorare, my lineups for Sorare, I basically think, right, first priority cap 240, second priority all-star, third priority cap 220, whilst the super cap is in place. When the super cap ends, I'll then make cap 220 my second priority again. And then, yeah, like fourth priority is cap 270, basically, in the rare anyway. Are people allowed to play who, for example, have 1 limited but 100 rares, or only 1 limited and no other pro cards? I think it's literally 1 limited and no other pro cards, yeah. Like, you literally need to be a starter. Like, you need to be fresh to Sorare, effectively. Yeah. Like it's another one of those things that's maybe not entirely clear, but it is like you need to not own any cards at all. It's so funny that since Sorare have kind of renamed the pro, and they've renamed like pro cards to, because they used to be called scarcity cards, right? Now they're pro cards. They haven't really been using the terminology correctly to kind of say you shouldn't have pro cards to compete, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, for this one, you need to just have not even, well, only one card, or just have and collect your first card. If you've got basically 100 rares, but you don't have a limited, then you can't compete in it. No. Right. Let's keep lineup building for the time being. So, Cap 240, we just ran through it, and I don't know whether I can really do anything different here with it. Like, we have to prioritize this. We have to make it so this is our strongest team in here. I mean, Zaper in here is actually fine. If we put Kadri in, like that, would have 49. So technically we could play Kadri in here, and then we could play Happy here. Then that would free up 2 points, which we couldn't really use for, yeah, because then we'd have Tucci or Biaki. Unless we took Zalahi out, and then we put Zaper, and then here, we're still 1 point short of being able to afford Biaki with that team. Still one short. Okay. Let's start this again. Okay, I think the problem is that having Zalahi is actually quite good, because Zalahi has that really good home game. Kadri is good. FTS, did you really get Antonio's rare card for £13? I did indeed, yeah. I'll show you now. I did indeed. Here you go. Antonio, you can see I bought him for 12 hours ago. 0.0073 ETH, £13, 4p. How ridiculous is that? I mean, he went for £15 4 days ago for his old season card. And then 5 days ago for his new season card, he went for £20.97. What? Just over a week ago? So about 10 days ago, he went for £20. I picked him up for 13. What the hell? I mean, incredible for me, but I do not think that is a great sign of where the game is at as well. And I get that he's injured, right? He's injured, so that's also contributing to his price going down, which is great. So if you think about it, it's kind of smart to pick up this type of player when he's injured. He's actually not injured for very long. He's going to be back soon. So that's why I picked him up. And he can help me in a game week where, over the Christmas period, where there's very few games that are playing. So incredible, no? What a steal to get Antonio for £13. Yeah, also rumours he'll move to the Saudi League, but not, there is, but there's also rumours that, well, they're not even rumours, because they've been well reported, that West Ham are actually currently talking to him about a new contract. So it could just also be that he gets a new contract. If he moves to the Saudi League, I'm not bothered at all, because all that will happen is that I've then got a player ready for the Saudi League when they launch the Saudi League in the game, which, let's be honest, is coming, right? It's probably coming next season, but I don't see him going to Saudi. I think he'll stay in the Premier League for if he can get a contract that he's happy with, he'll stay. Yeah. But £13 for a Premier League forward that also gives you midweek utility, right? With West Ham playing in Europe, and he's an international. It's insanely good. It's so good. It's absolutely the time to be buying rares, yeah. You can see that I've been picking up as like more and more rares, as many as I could within my means, right? 20 hours ago, I picked up another goalkeeper as well, which I needed because this is technically the backup for Sivaspor, or one of the backups for Sivaspor. And I had Yildirim, but I didn't have this guy. So now I had this guy. If Ali Varol, for whatever reason, got injured, suspended, or dropped, then I have all of the backup goalkeepers now, which means that I'm fully covered with Sivaspor. So I needed him, and it's been on my mind to pick him up since the start of the season. I've just not got around to doing it. And then the other day, I was like, okay, I still have a gap there. I need to plug it. So then, yeah, I plugged it. And then, yeah, just like the likes of Morales and like Caviccioli, for example. I already talked about Caviccioli, how he cost me £6. It's like, I know he's 37. I know that the team have just got relegated, but it's a goalkeeper that costs £6 that actually could either end up moving to a completely different club and then becoming the starter, or even if he doesn't become the starter, he might be a backup that might only give you 1 or 2 games in a season. It then means that for the cost of £6, he could effectively help you hit $50, and he's only cost you £6, right? So I was like, I'll take that. The upside's too big. We've just been picking up loads of cool players, really, in rare, because it's too cheap. Like it's legitimately too low for rares now. Like legitimately. And there's an argument to say that it's a great time, and it is a great time to be building rares. Limiteds are also, I mean, all of the cards are cheap, right? There was an article that was done by, I think it was MPen. MPen writes a lot of articles and like analysis articles, right? And they're really cool. They're really good. Let me bring him up just in case you don't know him. MPen, this guy here. And it's always worth kind of like reading his articles because he does spend, where's he gone? Oh, there he is here. Yeah, he just literally released an article, this one here. So it's worth a read, actually. And he actually said in here that, I think he said that the scarcity which has dropped the most over the last year has been rare. Like it's dropped in value by like, I think he said 73%. Either 73 or 83. Can't remember which one, but it was high. It was really high. And like honestly, the rares are too low. As in it's great because it means that more people can take the step up, right? But you don't want to make the cards, the higher level cards, too low, because then it defeats the purpose of moving up into a higher level, because then all you essentially do is you just create like a limited 2.0. It's like rare then just becomes limited 2.0, and then super rare probably doesn't become limited 3, but then super rare becomes even more accessible than it should be. And then what that does is that it then means that it's just even more competitive, far too competitive for the higher scarcities. And also the rewards that you get are just worth nothing. That's the big thing with the values of cards going down. It's great to get involved, but then it means also that what you win is not that significant. And in rare, rare's always been the scarcity where the best ROI is just in threshold, right? So right now you can literally build threshold teams for basically nothing. And we've done it on the stream to show you guys, right? For nothing, effectively, very little. And then those teams can just, like, you can farm the threshold from them really regularly. That's great. But you also have to keep in mind that if it's costing less and less for managers to build a threshold team, and then they're able to still win the threshold easier and easier, that isn't a good situation for Sorare. because actually what it means is that then the proposition becomes too good, where Sorare, it's too profitable for the users and it's not as profitable for Sorare. So then it becomes unsustainable. So then what will happen is that then maybe the threshold points go up, or ideally the values of rares go up again, so that then it costs a little bit more. Sorare can make more on the cards that they mint, because the threshold stays the same, right? The threshold's fixed. So if your card values are going down, Sorare's still paying out a fixed amount, right? Even with the card values going down. Sure, it's kind of like peg to ETH, but their exposure is still pretty much the same. Yet they're making less from selling the cards because the card values are going down. So it's cool, but it's also not cool, right? At all. I've not done any experience with bots now. Can you give them lower offers and they might accept? Asks Beast. Yeah, you can, but the thing with that is that if you give them a lower offer, they'll often they'll just counter offer you to then what the lowest is that they'll accept, and then if you try and counter offer that, they'll just still keep giving you the lowest offer. So basically, when they counter offer you with their value, that's it. That's like the lowest that they're gonna offer you. They accept floor price, 3-day average, whichever is lower. What's the cheapest starting goalkeeper in rare? Oh, Sopsy. Isn't it the Austrian guy? But Austria Lustenau. Yeah, Schiel. Dominic Schiel. Oh, he's gone up a little bit more. He was around 110. He was 110. He's now 134. He was one of them. And you have to say that 134 for a starting goalkeeper is really good, right? Even if he's scoring kind of trashy, it still gives people an in to get into rare, right? To get into Cap 240 rare. Yeah, Guzen's quite cheap. I would not recommend that anybody picks up Guzen at all. He is very cheap, right? I wouldn't suggest it at all. I did look at him the other day and I was like, oh, that is a little bit tempting to basically invest in effectively a starting goalkeeper for next season for like £50, but I will not do it. I will not do it. But I won't do it because I don't trust that Guzan. First of all, I don't trust that Guzan will start and play as many games next season. And I also just don't trust that he will avoid injury. He's had some big injuries recently, and I worry with him that if he just gets another one, it's going to be curtains for him. Yeah. Guzan might not come back, yeah. No, yeah. That's not financial advice at all, no. Do whatever you want, but yeah, for me, personally, I'm steering clear of Brad Guzan. He's 39. If he gets another injury, which is what he had, which put him out for like a whole season, he's not coming back from that. He's then retiring because he's 39. Like if he has another one of those injuries, which I think he can do, he's done. He's done. And to be fair, you could actually argue that the upside is worth it, right? Because it kind of is in a way. But for me, I'm just looking at this here, and with the prices of rares being so low, I think for me personally, I would prefer just to find the extra £150 on top of that, so that you've then got about £200. You can then go for £200 and you can get a starting goalkeeper for loads of other different clubs, right? In playing in different leagues that is significantly cheaper as well, significantly younger, not significantly cheaper, but significantly younger. That just gives you less risk, right? And there are some good goalkeepers that are around £200 that are kind of like mid-20s. And it's like, well, do you spend £50 or £70 on a 39-year-old that might not even play a lot next season, could retire, probably not, but could also just be forced to retire because of injury? and you've just like thrown 50, 60 pounds away? Or do you just try and invest in a younger goalkeeper that's also going to start, that you can then just use long term? You don't have to worry about replacing them anytime soon. And that's what I'm going to do. That's why Guzan, I'm not looking at him. Yeah. A lot of MLS goalkeepers are under £200. Exactly. They really are. I mean, for example, and I'm going to pump him again, even though he's actually a goalkeeper that I would like to have. A great example of this here is if we go on to Joe Willis, for example, right? So Joe Willis, right? Joe Willis is £148 at the moment on the market. Do you spend £68 on a Brad Guzan who's 39? Or do you spend 148 to just find an extra £70 or so, so double the amount you need to then get Joe Willis, who's 4 years younger, is playing for a decent team, in my opinion, is a better goalkeeper as well. Like, Brad Guzan's past his peak. Joe Willis is in his peak right now. I think you get a Joe Willis, don't you? Really? And that's not even the only one. I mean, look, how much is Stefan Fry these days now? Fry's probably around here, no? Yeah, look, Stefan Fry just signed a new contract. He's 37. He's 2 years younger than Brad Guzan, and he's playing for a really good team as well. His scoring in the game is way better too, because Seattle can keep way more clean sheets than Atlanta can. Atlanta can't keep any clean sheets really to save their life. And look, he's got this nice long-term contract now until 2025. He's only £183. So again, do you kind of spend 70 on Guzan, or do you just try and find the extra 100 and then just pick up a solid starting goalkeeper that you don't have to worry about? I think you do Fry, don't you? You do Fry, or you do Willis, or you do any of the other goalkeepers out there. I feel like you only look at Brad Guzan if you are really trying to get into rare and you just literally have not enough money. Like, your budget is super tight. Because that's fair enough, right? Because there are managers out there that just can't afford to put loads of money into the game. Maybe they don't want to. And so this is a way to get into rare. I just don't think it's the best way to get into rare by getting a Guzan. People are afraid Willis could lose his job to who? That's rubbish. Joe Willis is the number one next season. 100%. He's not losing his place at all. Joe Willis, I've already talked about this. Joe Willis statistically had one of his best seasons, actually, in terms of the goalkeeping metrics for Nashville. That's why they offered him a contract extension, because they don't have plans for him to be replaced at the moment. Joe Willis is literally in his peak. So I don't know who is saying that, but it's not true. Joe Willis is fine. It's fine. So don't believe some of the nonsense out there. Steve Clark's a good one as well. Yeah, we love Steve Clark. Another good goalkeeper that is less than £200. Also 37, I think. There we go. Joe Willis at the moment, £169. Had a really good season for them. We love this guy a lot. He's amazing. We spoke about him a lot at the start of the MLS season. And you guys will even know that I had Steve Clark's rare card, I think, from memory. Let's bring it back here. Look, I even had Steve Clark's rare card last season. He was like my America goalkeeper. I bought him for 327, and then I sold him for roughly the same, look, 320. And I'm kind of happy that I did, because yeah, I didn't want to sell him around here, which I thought he was going to be getting to. So yeah. Yeah, 126, yeah. And this is the thing, right? I don't know why you would want to spend, unless you really couldn't afford any more than 70. I don't know why, in your right mind, any manager would be thinking, I need to pick a Brad Guzan over a Joe Willis or over a Stefan Fry or a Steve Clark, when these guys, which are so much better, so much younger, are only a little bit more than Brad Guzan. I mean, technically for me, Brad Guzan should probably be less than 50, should probably be about 40, 30. Then at that point, you'd probably say, well, it's maybe just worth like picking up a Brad Guzan for 30, because it's only £30, right? I still think it wouldn't be a good investment, personally. But when his price point is so close to these guys over here, close enough, right? Just don't see the value in picking up a Brad Guzan unless you absolutely can't afford a goalkeeper more than that. Berkey's 202, best goalkeeper in the league. Get out of here. Berkey is definitely not the best goalkeeper in the MLS at all. He's good. He's not the best goalkeeper in the league, though. His cap is low because, yeah, they were trash at the end of the season. You're right. Yeah. Which makes him really attractive, right, Berkey? But yeah, he's not the best goalkeeper in the league at all. Right. Let's get back to our Cap 240 here to try and work out what we can do. So, I need to look at this one because Gorica have been okay. Okay, so HNK Gorica, they're currently fourth. They've only conceded 12 goals in 16 games. That's a problem. Oh, they've only conceded 5 in 7. They're one of only 2 teams at home that have not lost in the Croatian League, along with Rijeka so far this season. Then Istra away have been quite poor. Istra have only scored 9. They've only won 2. This is my problem with this one. Look, even the head-to-head basically says that we shouldn't really be looking at Anti-Eseg here. The 6 out of the past 7 meetings have been under 2.5 goals. That's a problem. That is a problem. the referee is Matteo Eseg. I wonder if he's any relation to Anti-Eseg. If he is, we'll be keeping Anti-Eseg in. Matteo Eseg. He can't be a relation, surely not. Just it's probably just quite a common name. But yeah, if he was, then imagine if Matteo Eseg was like Anti-Eseg's brother. I'm actually curious to check it now. It won't be that, will it? There's no way that Matteo Eseg would be the brother of Anti-Eseg, and then he's then refereeing Anti-Eseg's game. Complete conflict of interest, wouldn't it? Can we have a little look at Anti-Eseg? Does he have a brother or something? Or a cousin? Oh, let's get off that. Let's go back to here. Anti-Eseg here. Oh, we can't see anything about him. Anything around his siblings or whatnot. Yeah, I mean, I'm reaching, aren't I? I am reaching, but it was probably worth a reach given that, yeah, it's quite funny. We're debating whether we play Anti-Eseg and then the referee is Matteo Eseg here. Do we have anybody on here from YouTube at the moment? I'm always asking that because I'm really curious to see whether us streaming on YouTube is actually helping or not. I don't know whether it is at the moment, but if you are on YouTube right now, then do holler because, yeah, I can see your chat. I can see your messages and I'd love to say hello to someone from YouTube. Esseg's actually been doing good away from home. Been doing very good. Okay. Hmm. So his record doesn't look that great. Let's go on to play sharper. Hmm. Oh, not anti-Esseg. Let's type in Istra. Okay. That's not great. That's not what we wanted to see. That is not what we wanted to see at all. Hmm. Burnley have suffered an undeniable blow in their Premier League relegation battle with teenage winger Luca Colesso ruled out for several months. Why is he ruled out? What's his injury? Hmm. Yeah, okay. 50-50. Not sure. Like, what? When did he get injured? In the last game or something? João Figueiredo, Antiasic. I really need to try and find a way to put Biaki in, I think. Okay. Was he really, I mean, is it an undeniable blow? Was he really doing amazing for them though this season? I don't think so, no. I don't know whether that really hurts their chances to stay up or not. I think they probably wouldn't stay up anyway, even if he was playing for them, to be fair. Oh, what's happened there? Oh god, has Sorare just gone down? Oh, it looks like it has, no? Yeah, I think Sorare's just gone down. Is it back? No, it's not. Okay. Might have to come back to this actually, or just use the lineup builder for now. Because the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking that we don't want to play anti-airsec here. Like we could do, but I do want to try and if I can put Biaki in because the $50 is kind of quite important for us to try and win. And Biaki's got quite good AA, which means that even if he doesn't give us a goal or any kind of goal involvement, then we can still get closer to the 280 because you can see that his AA is 8.9, which is really good. Now, funny enough, Airsegs is higher than Tucci's, which I find really surprising. This isn't a great fixture for him either, Biaki, but I think, yeah, I think probably do want to try and get him in. We've done that. Okay, it's back again. Let's try it in here then. So Ali Varol or Hervey Kofi. And I think we're going to do Ali Varol, even though Hervey Kofi, I'd like to start playing him more in Capsule 40. I can't in this fixture because it's just a horrible fixture, right? And he's 6 points more than Ali Varol. So we're already struggling to put the team that we want to put in here with Ali Varol. Can you imagine how difficult it would be if we try to do it with Hervey Kofi? So Ali Varol stays in. If we were going to explore that we were going to play with Biaki for Cap 240, so we put him in at 54, then what we would need to do we have a defender here that we can pick? Hello also to Ligma. How's it going, Ligma? Thanks for jumping in, man. How's everything going on Sorare for you? How's your midweek going, man? Look at the defenders that we've got here. Like we actually have some okay defenders. That the problem is that like our good defenders are too expensive now. Like Small Stitch 51 suspended, right? Bokat, I would love to play in here. We can't play Bokat in here because then we've only got 91. And then I don't think we can fit the players in, can we? Then look, midfielder wise, we'd probably want to play someone like Kadri and above rather than anybody below Kadri. So then Kadri, even at 49, would mean then that we're struggling because we then need someone at a cost of 42, and we don't. We've got Richie, but Richie's not going to play because he's injured. Midweek unsuccessful, only had a limited Captive 40 that didn't work out. Managed to sell some players though. Well, that's a positive, isn't it? It's always tricky with the midweek. I think my midweek hasn't worked out either, and it's probably not going to work out. So I need to start thinking about selling players myself tonight, I think. Where are we at here? Here we go. Oh, look at that. Richie's at 70% now. Delete is back too and came in later in the game. Okay, that maybe changes things a little bit. If Delete is back, then we could play Delete in here. So they played a cup game against Charleroi. And yeah, look, Richie came in. This is kind of funny because this is like pretty much the team that I'm running in All-Star. Go into here and I show you the All-Star team. Look, this is pretty much the team that I'm running in All-Star, apart from we're going with Tucci and Hervey Kofi. I need to figure out whether I'm wasting these 3 players in a team that might not do that well. Because Lokomotiv Zagreb against Hajduk is not good. And then Hervey Kofi against USG is not great. So we have to expect that he's probably going to score trash, right? So then kind of do we want to waste these 3 really good players in a team that's probably not going to get a card reward? If we done this team here, it means that we're not then targeting Pappy to help us to hit the threshold. We're then relying on Richie to start. And then we're relying on Bokat, Kadri, and Biaki to do really well. So if we done that team, then this team here would then be different. This team would then be what? This team would then be like Anti-Esseg and Tucci up front. And then defensively, it would then be Pappy in here. And then in the midfield, it would be somebody like Zalahi. And then that frees up Zaper for Cap 220. So we could put Zaper as the captain. And then here we could put the captain on Zalahi. So we'd basically shuffle around a few players to try and hit the threshold better. But we would actually have a bigger headache here to try and work out who to captain, because Bokat at home is actually pretty good against his opponent, but then so is Kadri. The only slight problem with mixing this team up is that these 2 players that we would bring in here, of like Kadri and like Richie, their XPs are kind of low. So it kind of means that you're then relying on them scoring really well. Even if they don't score that good, it's actually not going to help you to get over the line, right? Because if you have, like, say, Kadri, who's got 3%, and Kadri gets to score 40, you're only going to be getting 3% extra off a 40 score, which isn't going to help you to get over the line for 280, right? If Kadri scores 89, which is what he done on the weekend, it doesn't even really matter. He's going to get an extra 3%. Sure, it's going to help, but the 89 alone is what matters more to get you over the line rather than the actual bonus, right? So by kind of doing this here, we're then relying on these 2 guys then having a monster game. And if they don't, it's going to put the team under pressure to hit the threshold. So 45 for Raul. Let's say 50, even though I think that he can do better. So 50 from Bokat. So again, that's 95. I actually think that Kadri can get a decisive against Vestaloo. I really do. I think Kadri can do well. So we're probably saying 60 as a bare minimum there. Potentially more, though, because he's quite good in his AA. So then we've got 95. And then, well, let's say 100. So 50-50, 100. And then 60, 160. So 155 to 160 for these 3. And then Biaki, we should expect a score of around 50 from Biaki, even if he doesn't score. So then we're looking at 200. Oh, looking at 200. We're going to need 80 from Richie. Wow. What do you guys think in the chat? What do you think is a better team for Cap 240? Like, what would you do? Would you play this team in Cap 240, or would you play the other team that we've got, which I'll show you now? Let's bring it up. Yeah, if you was in my position, would you play this team in Cap 240 to try and hit the threshold, the $50, which is like the main goal of the weekend? Or would you play that team? What would you guys do? The one with Kadri. What would you guys do? Like, I'm just a show of hands, basically, to get a feel as to whether you think that this is a better chance for threshold or whether you think this one is, because I actually thought that this was the best team that I could put out for the Cap 240 this week, and I wasn't too confident about it. I got to be honest with you, especially that we were putting in Airseg and we had to have Pappy in here going up against a difficult opponent, and then this is also kind of horrible, but we can't do anything about it. And I didn't think that we could make a better team than that for Cap 240. And now I'm kind of looking at this team and I'm thinking, well, this team wasn't really a possibility because it looked like Richie was out, as in like Richie was not available, but Richie's back now. So if Richie starts, which I think he should, then this could actually be a decent team and maybe better. You think Kadri and Biaki as well, do you, Noli? And then Malv, you think Kadri too? Isn't it funny that this is literally, this is what's great about spending more time going back through your lineups before the game week starts and just trying to put different combinations together and just revisiting your decisions. Because if we had just not been spending the time to do this, right, I could have very well just entered this team into Cat 240. And I don't think now, the more I think about it, I don't think actually that this is the better team. I don't think it is actually. Like, I like that we have Salahi. And the reason we were kind of trying to fit a team around Salahi was because of his fixture. And we also thought that Smolcic was available, but then he wasn't. But then we were still trying to play like Salahi. But then this isn't that great a game for Zapa, even though I think Zapa could do okay. This is not a good game for Essig. This is not a good game. But over here, this is kind of an okay game for Biaki. This is decent for Bokat. This is a good game for Kadri. I think we might have actually just improved our chances to hit the threshold this weekend, guys. Can you do Kadri and Zalahi in the same team? We can't. No. The only way that we can do that is if we then take out Biaki and we put Anti-Essig in. So if we done it like that, because it's a good question, we put Kadri and then Zalahi like that, we can't even do it. No. We can't even do it with Anti-Essig in there. Because then what will happen is, look, we've got 44, and then we can't even afford someone like Figueiredo. The only way we could do it is putting Victor Edvardsen in here. And Victor Edvardsen is a Cap 220 player. He's not a Cap 240 player. And he's not been scoring that good. He got dropped to the bench in the last game, so I wouldn't trust that he would even start for us here. That's the only way that we can do it. I don't think that... I think that's not a good team, actually, because of this here. But that's the only way we could do it. If there is not a big difference between new season card and older ones, would you rather go for the new season card free tip scout? Yeah. If there's not a big difference, go for the new season card. Get that 5% season bonus on there. So let's revert it back, and then let's put Biaki back in there. And then we put, where's he at? Richie in here. Okay, so this is going to change things quite a lot. And what's kind of funny, right? Well, not funny, but what's happened here? Why can't we do it? What's interesting to note here is that we spend a lot of time. We don't just kind of spend 5 minutes, throw in whoever, and then just hope for the best, right? We spend a lot of time to try and get it right. And it's time that's often well spent. Because I think I've hit the threshold now every week for like the past 4 or 5 game weeks, right? And one of the reasons for that is because we take the time to really analyze and really scrutinize, like, who needs to go in and who needs to not go in, and who needs to be the captain and who not, and what's their fixture really like. And the time that you put in, if you can put more time into it, you will see a better return. If you can do it in a nice systematic way. Richie. So Richie goes back in there. And then as the captain, I'd like to put Bokat as the captain over Kadri. Biaki's a really good captaincy to have as well, because if he does get a goal, and he can kind of hit you scores at 80, 90, even with 1 goal, because his AA is very good. Delete is such a steal. Just got him for £6.50 new season card. Did you really? I think you got him for the same price which I paid for the old season card. So yeah, you did get him for a good price, man. He's such a good player as well. He scores really well in Sorare. Let's put this lineup into the lineup builder. So if we put Bokat in here. Right, so we put Bokat in there. Yeah, Bokat's got a 29% chance for a clean sheet, and then Richie's got a 26% chance for a clean sheet. So it's not high, but it's higher than what Happy had as well. Let's put Richie in there. Right? And then in the midfielder slot, we're then putting in Kadri for 49. Exactly 49. Okay. These pick scores are going to change, I think, before the game week starts tomorrow. So this will probably score a little bit higher. I think what I'm just trying to work out here is who needs to be the captain. Now, Kadri's really tempting to captain here because he has that high-end scoring to him. He doesn't do it very often. And he hasn't been doing it very often recently. So we'd need... The problem with Kadri as well, right, is that if we captain him, we are then basically saying that he's going to get a decisive against Vestaloo. Because if he doesn't, he's not going to be able to score. Well, he can score 60, 70, but he can't really get into the 80. Bokat, on the other hand, I think this is a good game for Bokat, no? Do you think Bokat will score better than Salahi? That's what I'm trying to work out. Because I think that he has a good chance to do so, yeah, against Leuven. With Bokat, he's actually been scoring really well. He's not been hitting the big highs that I want recently, but that's fine. When he does get an attack in return, it's going to bump him up into here. But he can also, that's the thing with Bokat, look, he doesn't need an attack in return to give us a score of 90 or 80. He can do it without, look. he just has these games where his AA just like completely explodes. Um, and this could be the type of game where he does that. Whereas if I'm captaining Kadri, and if he doesn't do this and he just does this again, we're not going to hit the threshold, I don't think. And I actually don't mind if Kadri then does this and we haven't captained him, and then maybe Bokat we've captained, but Bokat only gives us a score of 40-50. So maybe that's what we need to do. But yeah, I think that is what we're going to do. We're not going to captain Kadri. We're going to hope he can hit a massive score like 80-90 again. But if he doesn't and we've captained him, then we could be screwed. We could be screwed to hit the threshold, even with Kadri in here. And there should be some goals in this one. Courtrai are relegation candidates where they're losing too many games and not winning hardly any. They can't keep a clean sheet. That's another reason I'm thinking not to captain him, because even though like midfielders don't get a big points deduction from goals conceded, if they end up conceding 3, then it's just going to eat into Kadri's AA, which then means that if he doesn't get a decisive and he's then getting like 3 goals scored against him, it's going to make it difficult for him to score 60 points or more. Because like if we go on here, you'll see that, look, -6 points for 3 goals conceded is not loads, but actually it's kind of significant, because then it means that he would have had an AA of kind of, 14, 15 there, which then bumps him up into 50-point range. And I think they realistically have a chance to concede 3 goals here, because Veselu are kind of strong. Like, they're strong attacking. No, even Mechelen beat Courtrai, yeah. Like, Veselu are down here, right? So they're both not doing great, but I actually think Veselu are quite decent attacking. They've got enough players that can cause Courtrai some problems. At home, they've only conceded 14 in 8, but they've only scored 7 in 8 as well. And then Veselu away have scored 12, but they've conceded 13. I don't know what's the head-to-head? Okay, the head-to-head's kind of almost in favour a little bit of Veselu. But look at Veselu's games. They've been like 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, 2-0, 3-1, 3-1. They're over 2.5 all the time, which does give me hope that Kadri can do well, because if it's over 2.5 and they can't keep a clean sheet, you can see that they're conceding 3 goals or pretty much 3 goals regularly, then Courtrai do have a chance they can score 3. The problem is that Courtrai, they haven't been scoring 3 goals very often. They're struggling to score more than 1. You can see that here, look. So yeah, I think we've made our mind up on that one. Is that I like the fixture for Kadri. I don't like that he has 3% XP, and we've got other players here that have higher bonuses than that. And I also don't like the fact that they're a poor team right now in poor form. They don't have a good head-to-head against Veselu, and they're struggling to score more than a goal per game. And Kadri's high-end scoring relies on him getting a goal. Bokat, on the other hand, does not need a goal or any goal involvement, any decisive, to give him a score of 80-90. He can do it from his AA alone. He's got a home game, which I think is pretty good. Let's have a quick look. And Leuven are down here. And then you've got St. Troidenes up here. St. Troidenes at home. Where are they at? Okay, they've only scored 7, but they've only conceded 10. They've only lost 1 of their last 5, and they've only lost 3 of 8. And then Leuven away. Leuven have, look, they've scored 9. They've lost 6 of their 8 away games so far. So Leuven are shocking away from home. I'd be really surprised if they even score against St. Troidenes here. Which means that we might even be able to get the 10-point clean sheet bonus here. I mean, look at the form, look. Leuven have lost their last 5. St. Troidenes have not lost at all in any of their last 5. I think we've made that one up. We've not made it up, but we've made our mind up on that one by looking into it. But we could captain Biaki as well, but Hartberg have been good. Even though I think there's some goals in this one, I think this is just one of those games where if Biaki doesn't score, at most we're kind of expecting 50 because he can do it. Just don't know whether he can get kind of a goal involvement, but that's not why we're picking him. We're picking him because even if he doesn't get a goal involvement, he can still give us a score of around 50. And that's great. That's what we need for threshold. Whereas Anti-Esseg, if he doesn't score in his game, Anti-Esseg is going to score 40. So we're just trying to think, how can we squeeze out, say, an additional 10 or 15 points? And that's why Biaki's in here and Esseg's not. So I think we've now got it. I am a little bit worried about Richie. I need to check it closer to the game week starting, that Richie's percentages don't drop. And if anything, they go up for him to start. If they drop, then we could be in a little bit of a problem here because this whole team relies on Richie starting as well. If Richie doesn't start and he ends up being a sub player, it's gonna kill our chance here at threshold. So we need to be a little bit careful with that. Half of St. Troiden's team is under 23. Very good future, yeah. Really good. There's a lot of good players there to pick up. It's a good team to build with, actually, I think, in Sorare. Let's confirm that now. Continue. Right. So this is going to change all of our rare teams now. So our All-Star rare is not good anymore. We need to fix it. Our Cap 220 rare needs to be rejigged as well. Okay, so Cap 240 at the moment, we've now changed it. This is what our Cap 240 is looking like. Ali Varul stays in the position. Richie Delete comes in as a low-cost defender with a cost of 42. Hadri comes in, cost of 49 with a home game against Veselou. Biaki comes in with a cost of 54, away game against Hartberg. And then Bokat comes in as well with a cost, I think, of about, 53 or something? And we're going to give him the captaincy at home against Leuven. I like this team. I have to be honest with you. I do like it. I prefer it more than what I had before. Our second priority team is going to be All-Star Rare. So our All-Star Rare gets basically the second best players that we have for this week. So defensively then, we put Happy in here. And then midfield-wise, we put... Well, technically, we could put Salai in here. We could put Salahi. Oh, could we do it like that? Hold on a minute. We could put Salahi and then Zaper in here. Putting Zaper in... Well, it's not that counterintuitive because it means that we have two players from the same game on opposite teams, but if Tucci scores, then it's only going to deduct a little bit from Zaper. If Zaper scores, it deducts no points at all from Tucci because forwards don't get points deductions for goals scored or goals conceded from the team. So what we could actually do, we could put Zaper in here rather than running Airseg. So then we have a better chance in here. Then we give the captaincy to Zalahi. But then in Cap 220, okay, we can make it work. Yeah. So then in Cap 220, okay, this is what we're going to do. So we are going to do that team now. So confirm that. Okay. God, this is a way better team. All of my teams at the moment are way better than what I put them at originally. I don't think this team is going to hit a card ward because I think that Hervey Kofi is going to concede 3 goals and it's going to hurt our chances, right? I don't think also that Pappy's going to score that good. And then we're relying on Tucci scoring against Hajduk, which isn't ideal. But I think this is probably the best second team that we can do for the game week. So we have that one there. And we've got some of our better players in here, which is great. Then we go into cap 220. Okay. We take all of these guys out. I think we leave Kastenmeier in because he's one of our better goalkeepers. So it gives us a chance to do something good in here. We actually don't have a load of limited goalkeepers, actually, anymore. Yeah, look. So Kaminsky, no. Perenick, no. All these guys we're kind of using. Yeah. Yeah. We either put Mark Martinez in here, who's got a horrible game against Elche, or we play Florian Kastenmeier in here with a home game against Holstein Kiel. So he's more expensive, but if we want to have a chance at trying to place quite high up in the month-long cap to 20 rare, then this is probably a good chance to do it. So then defensively, okay. So then defensively in here, we have Arda. We've also got Sandy Walsh, which we really want to try and avoid. So it's actually Arda. So Arda goes in. Then midfielder-wise, we've got not loads of options. We've got Ogden, Sander, and that's pretty much it. So let's try and keep a stack in place here, and let's go with Ogden, who might not even start. But it's okay, because it's kind of cap 220. We're not too bothered if it bombs. And then what we could do, we could then do anti-Gerseg in here. Oh, no, we can't do it. We then have 27. Okay. So then maybe what we need to do is we need to take Ogden out. Then play Sander in here for 38, or just take Kastenmeier out. Okay, so even when we leave Kastenmeier in and we put Sander in, we've then only got 32. That's not gonna be enough. Okay. So what we need to do, we can't play Kastenmeier here, which is not a problem. Not a problem at all. So we put Mark Martinez in instead, who's in second div at the moment, who's 41. Then what we could do, is we could put Ogden in there. Oh, we could. But then we're only going to have 36, which means that we can then only play what? Sandy Walsh in here. Yeah, Sandy Walsh at 36 then. You guys still with me here in the chat? I don't think we want to be targeting that game. Yeah, they are long, aren't they? Beast. Doing the lineups in pro takes a lot of thought. Which is kind of why I like it, but I think there's some that play it that don't like to take this much time to do it. So the issue we've got here is that Ogden is not projected to start. Now, our other midfielder isn't also projected to start. Hmm. You also need to be careful here because Victor Edvardsen is projected to start, even though he got dropped the last game. The thing is, I want to play Edvardsen. I do want to play Edvardsen in cap 220. I don't want to waste him in cap 270. So what we need to do, I think it's just decided it actually for us, is that we can't play him. We then play Edvardsen in here. So I was just saying as well, he's perfect for cap 220. And then it gives us 40 here, which then means that we can play Sander van der Streek, who is probably not going to start, but maybe he can come off the bench, right? Yep, the problem that we had with Ogden is that Ogden, he's kind of had 2 games where he's not played at all. He's not registered any scoring, whereas at least Sander is registering some kind of level of scoring in all of his games, and he usually gets on the pitch in some way. So I think that this is what we need to do. And then maybe we just brave it here. We just try and brave it where we put the captaincy on Victor Edvardsen, who's got a home game against Utrecht. So maybe he can get involved in a goal there or a couple. All right, I think that's okay. Okay, let's confirm that one. I have to put myself a reminder on my phone for after work tomorrow to check Play Sharper. It cost me tier 5 or tier or 4 rare last weekend. How did it cost you? What happened that meant that, did you literally just not check that there was a DMP on Play Sharper and then you just played the same player, but they were actually not projected to start? Was that what happened? Cap 220, cap 270 rare. We need to fix this one now. This is a very, this is a very punty DMP threshold, not threshold, but like a farming team, which I don't mind if it has Ogden in there now. And then we have the captaincy on Figueroa, I think. How long left for the Super Cap 220s? I was thinking that myself. I was thinking, when the hell do they end, right? I don't know exactly. I can't remember when it ends, the Super Cap. Are we halfway through, are we? There we go. Thank you, Majestic, for that. Halfway through. Yeah. Is anybody doing well in the Super Cap 220? Like, has anybody got a really good position right now? Had 300 points in Cap 240 and captained a DMP. Oh, God. Brutal. Yeah, do set a reminder then. You don't want to have that again, do you? Right, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to look at Silverspore here. I can't wait for it to end either. Honestly, I can't wait for it to end. Isn't that sad that we're saying that? We can't wait for a special monthly competition to end. It should be the opposite. We should not want it to end because it's so good. But yeah, eventually, Sorare are going to get it right. Just frustrating that they can't get it right on that first time round. Yeah, I feel the same, Ligma. You kind of are. If you think about it, you are kind of wasting your players in Cap 220 at the moment, especially when the prize pool's not that great. Now, if the prize pool is the same as a weekly, it honestly can't be the type of competition. And I know I keep talking about it. It can't be realistically the type of competition that managers try and focus on and put their best players in, right? Because you're just putting your best players in to win nothing every week, only after 8 game weeks to then probably win something that you could have won weekly in the other competitions, right? So it makes no sense at all. It really makes no sense whatsoever. Honestly, I know it's kind of wasted, but it's just a nice way to see how good I am compared to everyone else. It is, yeah, that in itself is good. But to be honest with you, Beast, you could find out how good you are just playing Cap 220 just weekly, without the super cap in there. The super cap doesn't do anything to show how good you are in it. The super cap should actually be super so that there's more, it gives managers more of a thought, a pause for thought to think, you know what, this is a once in a blue moon kind of event that I should be part of, because if I don't take part in it, I might not know when I can take part in it again in Cap 220, and the rewards are amazing, but it's not like that, unfortunately. Dash counter. I have a lot of limited cards. Should I sell them and only enter semi-pro and buy rare cards for Cap 240? Well, if you sell your limited cards so that you can only compete in semi-pro, you won't then be able to do. Well, you could. You technically could, because you need to have less than 10. You need to have less than 10 cards. If you sold your limited cards and then you had, say, 5 that you could, or 4 that you could then put into semi-pro, right? Because with semi-pro, you don't need like loads. In fact, you only need one, don't you? I think you only need like one limited card for semi-pro, which is now called Kickoff, right? We're talking about Kickoff here. It's so confusing that they've changed all the names to everything now. Because there's also, of course, a Kickoff actual competition, like proper. But we're talking about Kickoff, aren't we? Because if we're talking about Kickoff, then you can do it, like, say here, like a Bundesliga Kickoff, because, yeah, you only need to have one. Oh, what's going on here? Fucking game, honestly. So many annoying things this game. Yeah, you only need to have one limited, but then you need to have less than 10 pro cards. So as long as you kept your rare cards to, say, a maximum of, like, I don't know, 6 or 7, and then you maybe had like 2 or 3 limited cards, and you could do it. Yeah, you could do it. I don't think you necessarily. So here's the thing, right? You could do it. And I think if you don't already have a rare team, then it's worth doing to have a rare team. I wouldn't personally, though. I wouldn't personally be playing in Kickoff. So what I would do if I was you is if I was you, right? So again, not financial advice, figure out what's good for you. But based on what you said, I would sell my limited cards, right? So that I only had 5 limited cards, and then I would go and with the rest of the money, I would then go and buy 5 rare cards, right? And then the 5 rare cards I would enter into Cap 240 to compete for threshold, right? And then with the other like 5 limited cards that I'd have, I would then compete in Cap 240 threshold. I wouldn't be competing in these competitions to win a card award that's most of the time worth less than the $5 that you can get in threshold. So that's what I would do. You're only going to have one limited team. I think you need to be prioritizing the limited team in Cap 240. And then maybe in the future, you can just throw a few of these. So if your limited team goes over the cap 1 game week and you can't enter your limited team into the threshold, then at least you know that you've got 5 really good options then that you can put into the like 5 different kickoff competitions, right? So focus, if I was you, on limited threshold for one team, and then have a rare threshold team. That's what I would do, man. I think that's the best way to do it right now. How about Botafogo's bottle job? Oh my God. Incredible. Yeah. So Palmeiras won it in the end, but Botafogo, they were leading. If you don't know, in the Brazilian Serie A, Botafogo were literally leading the championship for most of the season. And it was like the last 10 games that they just completely collapsed. And in those last 10 games, they threw away the championship. I don't think they won a single game, did they, Botafogo, in like their last 10 games or so? Let's have a little look. Yeah, look. They didn't win a single game in the last 10. They were 6 points away in the end from Palmeiras. They basically needed to get a couple of wins in there, or these draws they needed to turn into wins. They completely bottled it. Yeah, really, really bizarre. Look, you can see. And what's even worse as well is that when you click on SofaScore, you can see here, look, if we bring it back, so look at this here. This shows how they done for pretty much the whole season, right? So they were in first place from, what's that? Game week 3, so the third round. And then they basically were top for the whole season up until game week 30, where they then dropped, right? And then, why would it not let me? Okay, here we go. Okay, can't go further forward. It's a bit bizarre. But yeah, they basically, they ended up being first for most of the season and they bottled it. Crazy. All right, we need to fix this team. Fix this team, that's done. The worst thing is the way they were up 3-0 at half time. There was, against Palmeiras, the owner, because they have like an American owner, don't they? I remember seeing the interview of the American owner after the game, and he was like livid. He was like saying, he was basically accusing the league of corruption, saying, you know, like, this is how it is. They're rigging it so that we can basically lose. And it was like, wow, heavy accusations to be thrown around. He looked quite a fun guy, though. Probably looks like quite a fun guy on a night out when everything's going well. But he was pissed, and you would be pissed, right? You can see that your club is throwing the championship away. You're gonna basically start looking for any excuse rather than looking internally. Yeah, because you can't say that when you haven't won a game in your last 10, you can't then say that the whole league was against you. You just have to say that your team basically froze and they just completely lost their heads and they bottled it, didn't they? That's what happened. They bottled it. Right. Rares are done. Second div needs to be fixed now. We need to put Kastenmeier in here. I've gone through this team a few times, and I think this is the team that I want to do. I don't think it's an especially strong team, but I think it is a team that is probably the best of the bunch that we've got. So Heiser in there with not a great game. Sione's been a little bit poor, but we're going to play Borja Baston anyway, so we might as well try and stack them up. And then Cass Odenthal, we just always play in second div. And he's got quite a good fixture. He's able to score scores of 60 points or more. So I think this team is now done. Yeah, isn't it the first time that Santos have ever been relegated, right? I think I heard it's the first time that Santos have ever been relegated from the top division. That's a little bit sad, right? Because obviously there's been so many good players that have come through Santos. Like it's bizarre because when you looked at the season, I actually didn't think that Santos were going to get relegated. I thought that Bahia were going to get relegated, but of course Bahia just pipped them by 1 point. But I mean, I have to say that Coimbra Quiba done really well in the end because I don't think they're that strong, Quiba. But yeah, sad to see Santos go down. Where's the calls for the Syria B? We need the Syria B on Pooky, on Sorare now, don't we? Start loading up the Santos stacks for Syria B on Sorare. Marcos Leonardo will be a bargain for the team that gets him. Yeah, big time. Like it's bizarre because with the squad that they've got, they should no way have been down here. No way. Santos, Sao Paulo, Flamengo were the only 3 teams that have never been relegated. Wow, I didn't know that. It's quite useful. And now it's just Sao Paulo and Flamengo. Interesting. Very cool. Right, let's take a quick breather. I will be back in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere. I'm just going to top up my drink. And then, yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes, basically. We need to take a breather. And then when we come back, we'll do some free Tit Scout Fun coupons as well. And we need to actually start getting our predictions done as well on Pooky because we've got loads of energy and we need to start spending it by looking at games and working out what we want to try and predict for the game. So plenty loads to do. Don't go anywhere, but use this opportunity to go and get a drink or something. But yeah, stay connected and I'll see you in 5, guys. All right, guys, so we're back at it again. What's this here? Collection event. Here we go. So, funny enough, this is the collection thing that we were talking about, and I was saying how they gave no indications to what time frame. This was a lot sooner than what I thought. Let's try and read it. The image is broken there. That's okay. We're delighted to launch our second collection event. Eligible managers will find a dedicated club shop item later today before 12 a.m. But they'll be able to claim for a limited period of time of 1 week. This item will give access to a team-signed season jersey of 2023. If unclaimed, the club shop will disappear. Managers will need 10 coins to claim this reward. Top 1 limited and top 1 rare and top 1 super rare collectors in the 22-23 collection leaderboards. It looks like mainly Premier League, but then you've also got Lyon in there, Leipzig, you've got Wolfsburg, Werder Bremen, Union Berlin. So it's kind of like a mix, really. Bit of a random collection. And then the super rare top 1 collector is only eligible if the collection score is higher than 250. That's pretty cool. Bit of a random teams, but there's a second collection event, guys. So anybody collecting for it? Is anybody going to be trying to get the item in the club shop or get one of the jerseys in there? Let's have a little look. I don't think I can see it, though. I don't think I can see it because I won't have... Yeah, it's not going to come up for me. Does anybody have is anybody the top 1 or the top 1 limited or top 1 rare, top 1 super rare collector in any of those clubs in 22-23? Because if you are, it would be worth picking up. Is anybody actually in the chat? Can I spell Freiburg? Freiburg is spelled F-R-I and then B-O-U-R-G. It's a good event, though, no? I think it's a pretty good event. I think it's good for the game. Right, let's crack on. Let's crack on because the chat is silent. Right, let's go through it. Yeah, I know what you mean, neighbor. Yeah. The choice is yours, though. The choice is yours, man. Okay, that's interesting. We need to look at that. Hmm. One of the issues that I've got is I don't have enough starting goalkeepers this weekend. Yeah, makes it tricky to prioritize the teams, really. That's so good value, isn't it? Yeah. Stojkovic, when he was like £3, I remember telling everyone on the stream, it's worth getting, really worth getting, because there's no way when he wasn't playing that he was going to continue to not play. So you done well, man, to pick up those two for the combined value of like, what, €13? Absolute bargain. Complete bargain, man. Hmm. It's probably okay to have it like this, actually. Yeah. Okay, this is a question for the chat. Let's try and liven the chat up a little bit. Who do you guys want us to captain for the SO5er this weekend in Cap 240? Nicholas Storm is not going to be someone that we're going to be playing. We just put him in here because so we could register a team. But the forward that we have is Nicholas Lopez, and we're trying to sell him because he doesn't have a game. So yeah, like who do we need to like captain? It's like Mark Martinez, Lee Myung Jae, Jean Armani, or Liam Henderson. And hopefully we can sell Lopez and we can then scout, like try and find a different forward. We can't really bring in a different forward until we sell him. So who do you guys want us to captain? Lee J against Kawasaki. It's quite a difficult one, man. What does the chat think here? I think I think Amani doesn't have too much of a rough game, if I'm honest with you. They're not great games for a lot of them though. Okay. I tried, guys. I tried to ask you. I tried. I tried in the chat. Um, let's leave it on Amani. Let's leave it on Amani. Let's move it on. Let's move it on. All right. Cap 220. I think I'm happy with this actually in the 220. Ah, it's a little bit of an issue. It probably doesn't matter, does it? I thought I'd offer the question out to the chat because of course it's your team, but yeah, I don't think it really matters, does it, with that team? Until we get until we rebuild it. Well, we can't rebuild it. It's part of the rules of the SO5er. It's locked in until it hits the threshold. Okay, let's risk it for a biscuit with this one. It's okay. Right, let's head over to Pooky for a little bit. There's a link if you want to get started on Pooky today, with loads of freebies in there. Last week you bought your first rare ball. Well, good luck to you, neighbor, for this weekend, man. Where are you entering that rare ball in? Like, what league are you going into? Italy. Lovely, man. You should do well. You should do well with the Italy Juventus ball. It's a fantastic rare ball. I wish that I won a rare ball that was Italy Juventus, man. Have a comment of Chelsea, so I bet this week on Premier League in Italy. Guys, don't forget that the Beat the Base is happening in the Serie A this week. Right. God, Hoffenheim have been quite poor at home, actually. Any takers for this game? What would you guys predict for Hoffenheim versus Bochum in the German League tomorrow? Let's see what the chat thinks about this game. So if you're playing Pooky, what would you put this weekend for Hoffenheim versus Bochum? Two one three one says Majestic. I actually quite like that. I like that a lot. I did not, but from the last games between them, maybe a 3-2 or 4-3. Didn't even look at that, actually. It's worth a look, isn't it? So there's been a lot of goals that have been scored for Hoffenheim. And then, yeah, the last kind of few games for them, between them, have been quite high scoring, haven't they? 5-2, 3-2, 2-1. I'm in the same boat as Majestic, where I think for this one, I want to put 2-1 or 3-1. We need to use our German ball. 3-1 at 362 is really good. Really good. I think I want to go 3-1 here. I'm going to try and be brave, I think. Let's have a look at the correct score. 2-1, 3-1. Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to do it. Lock it in for 362. Cool. We need to do the rest of them. Wow. Freiburg are actually quite poor away. They've scored an average of 0.71 against 1.83 at home. Thinking 2-1 here. There's actually some tricky games here. Dortmund, Leipzig, Stuttgart, Leverkusen. Tricky. Bremen, Augsburg is like a little bit. Don't really like that one, but we need to try and approach it, don't we? Oh, wow. Bremen 2.3, Augsburg 2.62. Okay. They've been in poor form. Form of Augsburg's actually pretty good. 25. Oh, wow. They have the second worst goal scored in the Bundesliga, I think. Freiburg. Today, I thought it was Mainz and Cologne. It's Mainz and Cologne, man. Well, yeah, Cologne at 10 and then Mainz at 12 with Union Berlin. Like, Freiburg are actually doing okay. Goals scored, really. 16's not bad. Yeah, the worst ones are Union, Mainz, and Cologne. This is a little bit tricky because I don't know if I trust Augsburg enough to beat Bremen away. I don't think I do. I think I actually trust a 2-2. We might have to do this one tactical. Thinking it should be over 2.5. Yeah. On one of those games, the sort of commentator said that they were one of the worst in the Bundesliga goals scored wise. Yeah, you might have got that one wrong. They're not. They're not one of the greatest, but they're not one of the worst at the moment. Like Cologne have been one of the worst for goals scored, for the XG. If you look at the XG for the teams in the Bundesliga, I think Cologne are still the worst. So they're not even posing much of a threat, Cologne. Then just after Cologne, it's like Mainz. And then Union Berlin aren't too far behind, even on the XG. The chat is so quiet, isn't it? Chat's so quiet. You can tell when the chat is like sleepy because we've even had coupons available and no one's redeemed them. It's okay, but yeah, we're super quiet in the chat. Heidenheim, Darmstadt. This could be anything, couldn't it? I've got a feeling this could be a little bit crazy, actually. Hmm. This could be anything. God, Darmstadt away have been poor though. Really poor. Okay. I would, and if I would lose my fear of invest a lot of money, yeah, yeah, take your time with stuff like that, man. There's always loads of coupons available, so take your time, man. Majestic with the pick my lineup. We'll do that now. If you want to let me know what your Sorare manager name is, I'll find you now, man, and we'll pick a lineup for you. Cap 240 limited. Okay, cool. Majestic to Majestic 58. All right, cool. So cap 240. Let's see if you've got in goal. We've got loads of goalies here. You've even got Hervey Kofi. Look at that. Really cool. Ivor Panda. Oh, that's a good one. This is a really good one. Pacheco. Then you've got Labrovich as well. Wow. Labrovich is a superb pick here for Cap 240. I didn't realize you had Labrovich. It's a good one. Very good one. Perfect for threshold. Be very surprised if Slaven score. Another good one is Pacheco here. It's got really good AA as well. Be a little bit tempted, I think, to pick Pacheco over Labrovich just because Labrovich is 55 and Pacheco is 49. And I think that Pacheco has a great chance here to keep a clean sheet. Yeah. So we'll try Labrovich for now because that fixture against Slaven is great. But if we can't make it work, then I think my fullback will be Pacheco. Oh, you've got Mitrovic as well. So, okay, that kind of makes me think that maybe we can try and get a stack going here. You've got and Dilivar as well. Wow. Okay, so you're loving the Rijeka. This guy here is in incredible form. Doing amazing, isn't he? Look at that. So good. I probably will give you the same again. Do you actually have an Espanol? Not an Espanol, sorry. Do you have a stack for... Is Espanol, isn't it? Yeah. Do you have an Espanol defender? No, it doesn't look like it, no. We've got Max Kilman, though. Wow. Interesting. God, Max Kilman at 44 is really good, isn't he? He actually could be quite a good enabler that we could throw in someone like Dilivar or Mitrovic. Both of them are really good options, as I know you know. I'd personally be looking to pick Mitrovic, though. The only issue is that I don't know whether we'll be able to do this with the cap, but we'll try it. Because we then can't kind of almost pick Salahi, and he would be quite a good one. But as the extra, I think Kilman would be a good one. Kilman at 44, home game against Nottingham Forest is really good. Really good. Who's kind of low cost as well? Yeah, Juranovic, no. Not in that game. Yeah, I'd be picking Kilman here. Definitely. Kilman goes in and you have 85. You've got like a really low cost forward here. Like a decent low cost forward. You've got, okay. got Aravena at 45, which means that we'd only have 40 for the midfielder. Oh, Tiam's good. Remember Tiam? He's got a good fixture as well. I think he could do quite well in this game against Pendik. Yeah, we have pretty much a Rijeka stack, don't we? Oh, I wonder if we could fit in Mama Tiam here. Let's try it. Oh, wow. Gotta say, even though I'm not really rating Vizor at the moment, he's not really done anything. He has a really attractive game against Sheffield United away. That is nice, actually. He's 48. He's 1 point less too. That could actually be the one. We put like Wizard in there, and then you've then got 37 for a midfielder, which is really pushing it actually. But then you have Emmanuel Banda. He's not really going to cut it, I don't think, Banda. So then maybe the alternative is then to take out Labrovic and then free up more money, more of the cap for a midfielder. To be fair, I mean, Banda will probably play because with there being Smolcic and Yankovic to not play, then I think that there'll be an opportunity for him to come in and do a job. And to be honest with you, I don't mind him. It's just that the big frustration with him is that you can't use him a lot. But when he actually starts, he does a good job. Look, when he starts, he's got an L15 or 51. So this could also be the play, maybe, that you put Banda in there like that. That would technically free up a bit more money, a bit more of the cap for a different forward, potentially 52 actually. What 52 costing forward do you have? I think that Biz is fine. You've got Kleindienst though, at home against Darmstadt. You've also got Alison Player. Wow. Okay, that changes things a little bit. Also, you could afford Mama Tiam here if you wanted to. Wow. Oh, you've got Petkovic as well. Oh, we might have to fit in Petkovic, surely. Home game against one of the worst teams, really, in the Croatian League, Rudesh. We could do that and then find a point. In fact, we can find a point because we can just take him out and then we can just put in the other defender for 55, Dilavar, like that. And then potentially captain either somebody like Petkovic, Kilman. I'd be really tempted to captain Petkovic here, I'm not going to lie. At home, he has an 84% chance his team to win, and he should, in theory, be able to score a couple of goals against them. So I might even be tempted to do that. That team has a score of 74. You could also look at Kilman because he's a beast, but I think that I would do Petkovic there, like that. Was that similar to the team that you were thinking of at all? Is it different? Is it, something that you were, is it completely a new team as in like this one that I've built for you? Because I think if I had your gallery, that's probably what I would be looking at or thinking about with the fixtures that they've all got, because they've all got good home fixtures as well. That's the key, right? They've all got good home fixtures, and if you look at the percentages to win, they've all got massive percentages to win. They've got quite easy fixtures on paper, and they're all players that are quite heavy hitting. You've got a lot of players, haven't you? So the possibilities for you are quite a lot. But I think that I would do something like that. Then maybe I don't put the captaincy on Petkovic, but I think with a home game against Rudesh, it's quite tempting. Yeah, I quite like that one too. I mean, I'm biased, right? Because I've just done it, but I think it's pretty cool. I think what you have to say is that that team should be able to hit the threshold as well. The only player that I want to check here is Banda. for Rijeka. Yeah, so Emmanuel Bander's at 70%. I do think that he will come in now that basically Yankovic is not going to play. I mean, look, the alternative is Hodster, but they tend to look at Banda when somebody is not playing. So I think that's a really good team. Yeah. Let me know if you end up playing that team when it hits the threshold for you. There you go, man. There's your pick my lineup. So hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, that's why Jon Visa can do really well because Brentford's out. Not Brentford, but Mbuemo's out for a while. Yeah. It's a shame for Brentford because they kind of need him, but now the emphasis on the onus on goals has to fall to Jon Visa. Is this going to be the weekend where Kevin Trapp gets a score of 100? If it was this type of scoreline, then probably Kevin Trapp would score 100 in Sorare. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be this scoreline. But if it was this scoreline, and if Kevin Trapp is going to hit a score of 100 in Sorare, so that we then give away £100 to someone, it would literally need to be this type of a scoreline where he keeps a clean sheet against a really tough opponent, and then he ends up making about 20 different saves in the game to stop Bayern from scoring. Yeah, 100 or nothing, right? For Kevin Trapp. 0 or 100. There's no middle in between here. You know, the score's terrible or he is a legend forever. What do you guys think, like, legitimately, like, as a question to everyone in the chat? When you're looking at this fixture here, what would you put for this one? Because I'm about to put my prediction in for it. I need to look into it. But, yeah, I can't see Frankfurt beating Bayern. Unless Bayern, of course, just have one of their worst days in the office. I can't see it. So what would you guys put for that? It is the type of game you can score 100, exactly. This is the game. If he was ever going to score 100, then it is against Bayern. Absolutely. 3-1 for Bayern, says Twitch Gaming there. 3-1. Okay, interesting. They actually haven't scored a lot of goals, have they, Bayern, away from home? Look, they've only scored 16 in 6, which is low for Bayern. At home, Frankfurt have been quite good. They've only conceded 6 in 6, so it could be a little bit tough for Bayern to break down because they've got one of the best records at home defensively in terms of goals conceded anyway. Look at the head-to-head. When was the last time that Frankfurt actually beat Bayern? Wow. They beat them in 2021 away from home as well. Look at that. And then they beat them at home. So they beat them twice in that season. Wow. Both times 2-1. And then before that, I think it was just wow, they beat them 5-1 as well. God, Frankfurt have had a couple of good scores here, haven't they? It's been a while since they've had them, but yeah, 5-1 in 2019 is insane, isn't it? But Bayern must have gone down to a red to 10 men really quickly in order for Frankfurt to score 5 against them. Yeah, look, there. Literally after 10 minutes, isn't it? Yeah, look, 9 minutes and then that's it. Still, even 10 men Bayern can still play like they have 11 men. So it's still kind of impressive that they beat them to that level. But yeah, I thought for them to beat them 5-1, there has to be a red card, an early red card, and there was, yeah. Hmm. I don't think we're going to back Frankfurt to beat them. I am tempted, I'm not going to lie. Like a 2-1 would be 680 for this prediction on Pooky. That's a lot. I am tempted for those points alone to do 2-1, but I think we've also got to be realistic, right? Is that Frankfurt can't, at the moment, the current team, they don't have the ability to outscore Bayern. They just don't. And so the only way I think that Frankfurt could get a win here would be a 1-0. I can't see, even though that is of course outscoring Bayern, and to be honest with you, I don't even see that because Bayern will score. Bayern always score, right? So then it's either that or that if you're going to back the upset, but I can't see an upset here at all. However, I think Frankfurt will score. I think they will score against Bayern. It looks like they have a knack of scoring against them as well. When we were looking at the head-to-head, and when you see that, it's often something that carries over in the fixture. So you can see here, look, the head-to-head, both teams have scored in 8 out of the past 10. So they do have a good record of scoring against them. And even though they've kind of been struggling a little bit, there's been a lot of games where they have scored. Look, this is the only game where they didn't score. So I think I would back them to score, but not more than one. And then I think I'd be backing Bayern to not score 2, but probably 3. So probably similar to, well, exactly the same as what Twitch Gaming said. Because Bayern to score 2 is too low. Bayern will tend to score 3 or more. But Frankfurt are also quite difficult at home. They haven't really conceded loads of goals at home. And I think they'd want to maintain that record at home. So could be a little bit tricky. Almost like Bayern might have to work really hard to break them down. But then eventually, as the game goes on, I think the game will open up. And then maybe in the first half, they won't actually score more than one Bayern. They might just struggle to get that first goal in the first half. But then in the second half, they'll start to then find a couple more opportunities to extend the lead. I think that's quite a sensible prediction, to be honest with you, 3-1. 4-2 to Bayern. I don't think I can see Frankfurt scoring more than one, but what is the 4-2? 4-2 is 568. Well, 379.8 base points, which is pretty good, actually. And then the 3-1 is 200. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. When you've got Kane's going to score at least 1, if not 2. The 4-1 is 451. So the 4-1 literally takes the base point up by 100 points, which is really attractive, you know. Like, that is such an increase for an extra goal to go up 100 points there. I don't know if we're being greedy, though. We're probably being a little bit greedy going for that. But I might also just want to be a bit brave as well. Like, you can see that Frankfurt, they don't concede lots of goals at home. They only have an XGA of 1.09, so they're conceding pretty much the amount of goal chances that they are conceding, like good chances that should be scored. So they're not giving up a lot of chances, really. But then against Bayern, it will be different because you'd expect Bayern to have enough chances where they should be able to score 3. And you can see that here. Look, 3-1, 3-1, 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, 2-1, 2-2, okay. Then 2-1, 2-1, 4-3. Okay. I'm gonna. Okay. So this probably isn't. This probably isn't very smart, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't think I want to do 3-1. I think I want to try and be brave here to get the extra 100 points if we can nail the exact score for 4-1. Because that's such a big difference, the 100 points there. So I think I'm going to do 4-1. Yeah, I think we're going to do 4-1 here. And lock that one in. Okay. Union Berlin versus Gladbach. Okay. I want to back Gladbach here. Because Union Berlin are shocking. They're really bad. They're even struggling to score goals, aren't they, Union Berlin? 1-1 recently, and then 1-1 before that. So Gladbach are really good. They score a lot of goals, actually, Gladbach. And their games tend to go over 2.5. So I think what I'd be thinking here is that Gladbach win 2-1 or 3-1 because they don't actually keep a lot of clean sheets, Gladbach. They have a very good record though, don't they? Union Berlin. They've won their last four. Yeah. I think the 2-1 away for Gladbach is actually quite smart. There's been a lot of 2-1s as well, isn't there? Yeah, look at that. Look, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. 1-1, 1-1, which could have easily been 2-1 as well. I think that's what we are thinking here. So Gladbach. Away from home, they're scoring 2.67, which is actually pretty good. They're conceding an average of 3. They have an XG of 1.56. So they're actually scoring more goals, Gladbach, away from home than they are at home. But they're so bad defensively that they're not winning as many games away from home. So basically their defense is letting them down away from home. And then you can see that Union Berlin, they're struggling to score at home. They're struggling to score away, but they're especially struggling to score at home. They've conceded an average of 2.17. The only thing with this here is, look, is that 2-1 seems a little bit too low. Like, I think that 3-1 might be better here. Yeah, I'm going to do 3-1. Because with Gladbach, for them to score 2 is actually low for them as well. Now, they can be involved in 2-2s and 3-3s and 4-4s because they're that type of team. I just think that Union Berlin, they're not that great. Gladbach have a good track record of scoring 3 goals, and Union Berlin have been conceding 3 goals quite regularly this season as well. So I'm going to try and, again, look, 432.7 versus 240. I think I'll risk it for a biscuit here, and we're going to do 3-1 instead. We're going to try and risk it. Dortmund, Leipzig. I don't like where Dortmund are at right now. But I think as well, Dortmund at home, we probably have to back them. We probably have to back them. Maybe 2-1. They're not going to keep a clean sheet against Leipzig. They've only lost 1 game at home. They've scored 13 in 7. They've also conceded 10. So there's been 23 goals in 7. There's an average of just over 3. And Leipzig have only scored 10, but they've only also conceded 8. Okay. Looks like 2-1, to be honest with you. Yeah, it looks like that. 2-1. Dortmund. That's what it looks like to me. Probably quite a tight game. Not easy for Dortmund, though. Not easy at all. But yeah, probably Leipzig being on the end of a defeat there, I think. So I'm going to put, for this one, we're going to do 2-1. 3-1 again bumps it up a lot. And again, 2-1 is kind of a little bit low for Dortmund because Dortmund will tend to score 3 goals. But I don't know if they can do that against Leipzig at the moment. Because Leipzig are coming into this and they're in some semi-reasonable form, right? They've had a few slip-ups, haven't they? I think those slip-ups have been away from home, though. Lost that one away, lost that one away, lost that one away. So away from home, they're struggling to even get a draw. I might think maybe 2-1 here. Really like your suggestions of MPen on Twitter. It's always very interesting to read those kind of threads about the game. Yeah. Yeah, it's quite cool. Quite cool, actually. I mean, yeah, I like what MPen does because he kind of like expands on what a lot of people are thinking about, right? So a lot of what you'll read in that kind of article will be thoughts that you've maybe had yourself or thoughts that you've heard other people like talk about. So there's like, for example, a lot of things in that article that we've spoken about time and time and time again on these streams, right? And a lot of the things as well that he expands on, um, I've been criticised a lot from managers, like pointing out things that now everyone's talking about. What's great is that he kind of expands on it, throws some stats in there, and then tries to give like an open, like a starting point for further discussion in the community, which is always good, always good. Um, Dortmund to score 2 at home, it just seems a little bit low, no? How did they do in the last game? They lost in the last game in the cup, and then here they drew. Then against Gladbach, they smashed them for 4 because Gladbach are quite open. I'm not feeling the Dortmund team. I don't like it. I really don't like their attacking the attacking threats they have at the moment. Can we realistically do 2-1? Let's have a look at the odds here. Right, Dortmund to win, I think, wow. Dortmund to win is 2.37. Okay. So I'm going to tell you guys right now that 2.37 for Dortmund to win at home against Leipzig, who have been struggling away from home. I think that is fantastic. So already there, us backing Dortmund is really good on Pooky, because we're getting more points than what I think we technically should get for this type of outcome. The question here is around how many goals that Dortmund are going to score. 2 or 3. And again, it might just be worth us going for 3 because the upside is so much better. This looks like a bit of a trap. Why would Dortmund to score 3 goals be 3.25? That seems too high. And it seems deliberately high so that it almost puts you off and it makes you question whether they can do it or not. So bookies will tend to do that, where an outcome that they think actually could happen, has a stronger chance to happen, they'll price it really high so that then you're under the illusion that it has no chance to happen. Whereas actually, there is a chance that this could happen. I think there's a chance that it could happen for that doesn't justify 3.25. I think if we have a look at the fixtures as well that they've had. Now, I'm not saying that Dortmund are going to score 3. What I'm saying is that based on the price that the bookies are giving you for that outcome, it seems too high for this type of team that is capable of scoring 3 goals quite regularly. And I think even in this fixture, when they've gone up against each other, it's a high-scoring fixture. And I think that Dortmund have scored 3 goals against them, haven't they? A few times, no? Or not? Wow. Not recently, anyway. The last time they did was in 2021. They haven't done it very often, but you can also see that there's a possibility here, and probably quite a strong possibility for these types of teams that the game could go like that. So I'm tempted to go for 3-1 because of the fact that I think the bookies are pricing the outcome here too high, rather than me thinking that Dortmund are actually going to win 2-1. I just think that this is too good value for us to ignore. There's not a big difference between 3-1 or 3-2. Could be a 3-2. I hope Leipzig wins it so we might finally sack Terzic. Are you not happy with him? Why are you not happy with Terzic? Like, he's not doing a bad job, is he, really? I don't think, to be honest with you, I don't think that he should be managing a club like Dortmund, though. I think you technically should be getting a bigger, better manager than him. But I think he's done okay since he's kind of been in the role. Yeah, I don't think he's done anything to deserve sacking, has he? Yeah, I agree with you on that, Beast, really. I mean, it's not a disaster. They're 5th in the league. Obviously, they want to be way higher, right? But they've also had a few issues with injuries, right? If they go on a run, they could easily close this gap. They're only 10 points away, but they need to go on a run. I think Leverkusen, for example, and Bayern, they're the only 2 teams in the league, right, that haven't lost yet. That isn't going to continue. Like, Leverkusen are going to lose and Bayern are going to lose at some point. So you know that those 2 are going to drop points. So all you need to do is just make sure that you win the games to kind of keep the pace on them. And then when they lose, you can close the gap on them, right? And Leverkusen will probably lose 1 or 2 this season, maybe. And then Bayern will probably lose the same, 1 or 2, maybe 3 for both of these teams. It depends, right? On whether they can like maintain it through the season. But you know that for sure they're gonna drop points. There's no way I can see Leverkusen or Bayern going the whole season undefeated. Very rare. So yeah, if Dortmund can just kind of get their act together a little bit and start winning the games like this game here against Leipzig, which technically they should win, then they win that game, they go up into 4th, and then they can keep the pressure on them, can't they? Arthur on YouTube says, I want Potter to get back in football. Where do you want Potter to go, though? Where do you want him to go? Like, you want him back in football? What club would you like to see him back at, man? No development in the last 1.5 years. He's no clue what he's doing. And we bought players who does not fit our system. We're playing like like Bochum this season. Dortmund should get Hans Flick. Yeah, probably. Probably they should. There's actually, the funny thing is, there's quite a few good managers out there, right? That could kind of come in and do a good job. I mean, I kind of feel like Dortmund, I sympathize for anyone who supports Dortmund because it's not great when you have a club that, you know, should really be challenging at this stage and being a lot better in the Bundesliga, because historically it's always been Dortmund and Bayern, right? So they've taken a bit of a step back. But imagine if you was a Man United fan and you've got 10 plus years of that. So it could be worse. It could be a lot worse, really. Potter to Dortmund, really? So Graham Potter to Dortmund, says Arthur. Love it. I actually wouldn't mind that, to be honest with you. I don't think it would be a success, though, would it? I have to say, when Potter went to Chelsea, I was like, why? Like, why? How? Because it was the most bizarre appointment. And the reason it was the most bizarre appointment is because he hadn't done anything to deserve to get a shot at managing Chelsea, right? He hadn't won anything. He'd won no silverware. He hadn't done anything to deserve that. So he had to take it. And if I was in his position, I would have absolutely jumped at the chance too. But when Chelsea said they were going for Graham Potter, I was like, why? Like, we know he's a good up-and-coming manager, but he's not done anything. He's not a winning manager. You know? He's not won really anything. So you need to go for winning managers. Right. What do we do here? We've been tinkering about with this and messing about. 3-1. How many goals are Dortmund conceding at home? I think we're going to run out of views here. We're going to try and look at it, and then it's going to tell us that we've run out of views. There we go. So we can get around it, but I'm not going to do it live on the stream. I am very tempted to do... I'm very tempted to do 3-2. We are going to do 3-2. We are. We're going to do 3-2. We've got too many 2-1s and 3-1s going on in the German Bundesliga right now with our predictions. I think we need to be a little bit different, and this is the type of game where it could be there's 5 goals scored, Leipzig could score 2, Dortmund could score 3, because both teams technically can score a minimum of 2. So, 3-2, lock it in. There we go. We have Stuttgart and then Cologne versus Mainz as well. Right. This is the big one. What is everybody saying for Stuttgart versus Leverkusen? Because this is a big game. This is a big game. Obviously, you've got 2 teams that have really surprised this season in the Bundesliga. Leverkusen currently leading. Stuttgart 2 points behind Bayern. Are we saying that Stuttgart are going to beat Leverkusen? Are Leverkusen going to get their first defeat of the season away to Stuttgart? Is anybody saying that in the chat? Is anybody saying that? If you are, I want to hear from you. I really do. Maybe you have some kind of knowledge that we would like to hear, right? As to why. I think this is a really tricky game to call, though. Really tricky. I mean, my head says Leverkusen, but my heart says Stuttgart, because I'd also like Stuttgart to beat Leverkusen. I think it'd be a great advert for the Bundesliga and also just really good for Stuttgart. I don't know whether I trust this game enough to actually try and chase an exact score. So we might have to do a tactical one here, like a 2-2 or something. Leverkusen very strong, but can't see them create a lot of chances away from home without throwing verts. Check the record of Stuttgart versus Leverkusen. Let's do that. Let's do it. I'm actually curious myself to know whether it's a good record or not. Really good form. Oh, wow. Look at that. Oh, they have a horrible record. But records are there to be broken, right? Records are there to be broken. And if they were going to increase and extend their record against Leverkusen, then the season that they're having, this is probably the right time that they could do it, the right opportunity. They're at 2.9. Leverkusen are at 2.9 for the win. How many games have Bayer Leverkusen gone without losing here? What? Leverkusen have gone 24 games in all competitions without losing. Without losing. Damn. That's insane, no? That's like Man City, Bayern kind of level. Even though we know Bayern have lost recently and Man City have lost, that's the type of thing, that's the type of streak that you associate with a Man City and a Bayern, because they are like super teams that will just roll over anyone. That's really impressive, you know. Hardy Street says 2-2. I'm thinking 2-2. There is a part of me here that wants to back Stuttgart to win. Oh my God. What? Stuttgart to win against Leverkusen 2-1 is 220 base points. Are you kidding me? It's nowhere near high enough, is it? It's nowhere near worth it. There's no way. There's no way I would back Stuttgart to beat Leverkusen 2-1 for base points of 220. Are you kidding me? It needs to be way higher than that. Why is it like that? Stuttgart are at 2.8 to win. So what is it then? What is it then for Leverkusen to beat them 2-1? 190? Stuttgart is 200 and what? 240 was it? 220. How can they be an extra 30 points for Stuttgart to win when Leverkusen are the massive favourites to what? I don't get that one. Thank you also to XMike99X for the sub, man, for the Prime and the 2 months. Massively appreciated, buddy. Welcome back in. What do you think of Ali Varul for €8? Better options there? Yeah. I'd say don't look at Ali Varul for this weekend. No. I have to play him because he's one of my few rare goalkeepers I've got. If I didn't have to play him, I wouldn't play him. He's not going to keep a clean sheet, man. He's not going to keep a clean sheet. Eye test versus stats. Which part of the fence do you sit on? Free tip scale. Oh, I tend to lean a bit more onto the stats rather than the eye test. The eye test for me doesn't really work in Sorare. Not really. I mean, so it partly does, but the stats are more important. And so I tend to lean more towards the stats than an eye test, because there's been plenty of players that I watch, right? And they look amazing. I'm like, oh, wow. Like, fantastic. They look great. Then you kind of like see their stats in Sorare and you kind of see their scoring in Sorare. You're like, it doesn't match with how they look. So it's a lot of style, but not enough substance, right? So for me, I edge more into the stats camp. But I'm not one that's like a pure stats person. So, you know, like some managers, they're like purely stats, right? They almost what's the word? Like Moneyball the game. And I'm not like that. I like to also know that the player that I'm looking at also plays and it looks like they play good. But I definitely edge on the stat side. 20 Sport's not that great, but I think that there's a chance that Ali Varul can concede 3 goals and he'll definitely concede 1, probably 2. Yeah. Hello to Coniston as well. We've got a couple more guys on here from YouTube, so welcome in, guys. We're streaming on YouTube and Twitch, so if you can't see all the chat, which you won't be able to, then that's why. Because we have all the chat. Then he said twat. We have all the twat chat. Nah, not twat chat. We have all the chat pretty much on Twitch. So yeah, thank you for jumping in on YouTube, man. How's it going, Coniston? We're not doing 2-1. We're not doing 2-1 for Stuttgart. Jesus, look. The 2-2. The 2-2, the tactical 2-2 for this game is 220 base points as well. I would take that over a 2-1 Stuttgart. I would. Incredible. Great, mate. Just found out your channel. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for finding it, and thank you for sort of sticking around and jumping in to kind of explore it. Yeah, as I say, we've just started to stream on YouTube as well at the same time as Twitch. We've been streaming on Twitch for like the last year, so most people know me over there. Not really known too much on YouTube, but hopefully with time we can kind of grow the following, and so then we have a nice mix of people on YouTube and then a nice mix of people on Twitch as well. What is 1-1? 1-1 is 172. But I personally wouldn't pick 1-1 because I think it doesn't leave the door open for a 2-1. Whereas I think 2-2 leaves the door open for a 1-1 and a 2-1 either side, right? I think we need to do tactical here. The thing with the eye test is you can like how a player moves or kick a ball, and that has no effect on Sorare. Yeah, agree. One of the things that this is really interesting actually that we're talking about this, Arthur, and just the chat in general. I remember almost getting into a bit of a heated discussion with somebody on the stream a long time ago, right? A long time ago. And they were saying that this player's like really good. I can't remember who the player was, but they were like, this player's really good. And they gave me the name on the stream. And I remember at the time, I just said immediately, no, they're not. They're shit. I said, they're not good. They're shit, man. They're not the type of player that you need to focus on Sorare. And then I remember the other guy, the manager, was saying, no, but like, I watched them. They play really good. You know, they're this and that. They make some good runs, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, they're shit. They're shit. And the reason they're shit is because if they can't translate what they're doing in real life and how they look into Sorare, then they're shit. They're no good. Because it's not like we're playing real life manager, right? We're not real life managers. They need to score well in Sorare. It's all very well if they look good and if they're making good runs and, you know, they're trying different skills and stuff. If they have no good scoring in Sorare, they could be a player that could eventually start to become a good scorer in Sorare. But the thing that matters is that if you've got an amazing player, right, someone that you think is really shit hot, but then they're actually just shit in Sorare, it's not worth the conversation, really. It might be worth a player, it might be worth you thinking about picking them up in the future when they get better in Sorare. But if they're just not scoring good in Sorare, and you start to look at the metrics as well, and you think, okay, metrics are okay, but actually they might look good, but they look better than what they're actually doing in the game. And that was essentially what I was saying months and months and months back, is that there's nothing wrong if you like someone and you actually watch them and you think they're great, but ultimately you need them to do well for you in Sorare. And so if they don't do it in Sorare, but they're doing it on the pitch, and there's something wrong, just literally just sit on them, keep an eye on them, and then see if they can improve on Sorare. If they don't, then there you go. I told you so kind of thing. Olive Alexa, thank you for the sub, man. Welcome back in for the 7 months. I actually have a question to ask you, Olive Alexa. Did you buy on auction the Vestaloo forward? Because I was looking at him last night and I saw that you were the winning bidder at the time on the young American Vestaloo forward. Can't remember his name off the top of my head. Did you end up winning the auction at all? Because I was looking at him and he does look quite good at the moment, doesn't he? Now, you didn't win him, no? How much did he go for? Because at the time, I think you had him at like 43 pounds or something, 45 pounds. How much did he go for? Someone else bid on him in the last minute. Oh, damn. They pinched him. They poached him from you. I hate that. Where you get poached in the last minute. I thought, to be honest, guys, I thought I was going to get... I was up last night late. You don't actually have to, right? Because you can just set a higher limit. But I still don't really do that all the time. I kind of, sometimes for a target that I really want to try and pick up, sometimes I will literally just stay up just so that I can be there and then live to make sure that I do get that player. And I actually thought that I was going to get poached for Antonio because I thought my bid was going to be too low. And I thought last night that there'd be some managers that would see that it's an Antonio going for £13, it's too low. And so then I just kind of wanted to be there to react to it, right? But I got him for that. But it sucks when you get poached at the last moment. Somebody else bid on him in the last minute. He went for €66. Wow. Yeah, I think if I was prepared to pay that, I would have maybe paid it for him because I do like him. But my intention was to try and actually get a forward for as cheap as possible. So I'm actually delighted that I got Antonio for like less than £15. I thought I'd have to end up spending like closer to 20 to get him. And he's going to be a big help for me over Christmas, I think, Antonio. Right. Stuttgart Leverkusen. Are we saying 2-2 for this? I think we are. I just think it's too difficult, this one to call. I don't think 1-1. I think it could be 2-1 either side, probably 2-1 to Leverkusen. But the 2-1 for Leverkusen is just too low. I'm not going to back a 2-1 Leverkusen, not for that point, that points total. I'd prefer to take this because then we can target a draw and we can also target over 2.5. So we're going to do that. Lock that one in. Then we've got one more game left, and then we have 49 energy after that. And I was on the train home from work, so could not put in more money. Oh, no. He was going to bid 71, but you only had 68 euros left. Damn. Unlucky, man. Are you going to try again to get him? I mean, I'm sure you'll probably try again, right? Which card? Can't remember his name. Is it Oswo? Where's he at? This guy here, Yo. Griffin Yo. Yeah. It was funny because I was looking at him last night, and then at the time he had an auction. So I thought, well, you know what? Let's just have a look at the auction here to kind of see whether his new season card is actually going to be around £38, £40. And then kind of when I went on it, you can see that, look, this is how much it went for. It went for that £57.46. And if you look at the 2023 card for him at the moment, he's kind of been hovering around the £35 mark, right? So someone last night, this winner here, Tsubasa, just completely took his price way higher. And I was actually also looking at him thinking, if he's going to be around the £30 mark, I might pick him up. But when I saw the price already, when I went on the listing, when it was the live auction, I went on the live auction and it was like £45. And I was like, nah, too much already. But I think, you know what you should try and do, Ola? It depends when they mint him again, right? But if you can, try and get him when his auction ends later, or ends at some ridiculous time in the late morning or early morning, because then you'll most likely be able to get a slight reduction on him. Also, it depends on how he does, right? If he does amazing against Kortrijk and Eupen here, then by the time Sorare next mint him, his price will probably go up even higher, won't it? So yeah, you almost have to hope now that he has a shocker against Kortrijk and that, maybe he gets sent off against Kortrijk. That's the ideal, right? He gets sent off and then he can't play that game. And then by the time he gets to this here, he'll be like a decent price again. If someone is overperforming their XG, does that mean that they're just good at finishing? Yeah. So if someone's overperforming their XG, it means that they're being incredibly clinical. So the chances that they're getting, they're not wasting hardly any. They're just being an absolute predator. And it's pretty good when you have someone that's overperforming their XG. The only thing is with that is that eventually over time it will level out. So it doesn't mean, of course, that they're just going to be always overperforming. But at the moment, if they are, it's usually a good sign that they're in good form, they're in good confidence, and they're getting into the right places to get those chances in the first place. So yeah, it's good. It's a good sign. Right. We've got one more game to do, and it's the Cologne versus Mainz one. Oh, we have to refill the pressure. We do not have enough pressure to get this last prediction done for the German game. So we're going to refill it. And luckily we can, because we have enough energy to do it. We're going to go into the collection, click on our German ball that's now at 75%. So we need to refill it. We're just going to simply refill it all the way to the top, back to 100. It's only going to cost us 16.979. We have 279 POCs, so we can easily do it. Press continue. I need a striker for game week 436, and he was the best and cheapest option. I liked his scores. Yeah, you know what? it comes back to what I've been saying on the streams. I've been looking for a striker for Game Week 436 as well. And that's why I was looking at him, because I was thinking, okay, he could be a good option. But in the end, it was just too expensive. And then I could see, well, at the time, Antonio also had an auction that was ending in like an hour. And then I looked into Antonio, and he should be back for Game Week 436, actually. So I was like, wow, I'm going to pick up Antonio for like as cheap as I can. And then I was, you guys won't, you probably won't, you probably won't believe this, right? But I was literally at my computer, and the auction for Antonio. Let's confirm this as well. Hold on a second. Right, the auction for Antonio finished at about 1:30 in the morning or something last night, right? And when the auction finished, right, I was there on the computer. I was there on the computer, sorry, and I was watching it. And as soon as I got in for like £13, I literally done like a fist pump. I was like, yes, get in. I was really happy because I thought I was going to be bumped up with this price. I didn't think I'd be able to get in for so cheap. So I haven't actually had that feeling of like fist pumping on Sorare when it comes to buying or selling a card in ages. So it's quite a nice feeling. Yeah, he is back soon. Yeah, he should be back for Game Week 436. Yeah, which is why I bought him right there for £13. All right, let's go back. Yeah, that's what we need to do. We've refilled the pressure, so our ball should be now up to 100%. There we go. It's back up to 100% here. So let's go back into this predictions now. And then the German League. And then let's do this one here. Right. Last game for the German Bundesliga, guys. So what are we thinking for Cologne versus Mainz here? I think these are two really poor teams, if I'm honest with you. They've both been struggling for goals, especially Cologne. They've been really struggling. 1-1 says Twitch Gaming. I'm thinking 1-1 too. Yeah, I think 1-1. I can't realistically back Cologne, who are struggling to even score one. So I can't back Cologne to score two. Mainz, I think, have a possibility to score two, but I don't think that I would back Mainz away against Cologne to score two. I mean, that would be the only scenario that I would consider outside of a 1-1 would be like a 2-1, but I don't think Mainz are going to go to Cologne and beat Cologne at home. They're both struggling. I mean, I also need to check the, I guess I need to check the fixtures, right? They're head-to-head, but they're both really bad. At home, Cologne have only scored 6 in 6, and they've conceded 10. They've lost 4. They've only won 1, drawn 1. Then Mainz have not won at all. So I don't think we can realistically be backing a team to beat Cologne when they're just struggling to win. They've only scored 7. If Cologne did win, then it might be 2-1 or something. But you'd also say that you wouldn't back Cologne to win, you know? So I think probably the draw is the right thing here, like a 1-1. They've also got, look, they've got a heavy record of drawing against each other. And both teams have drawn at least 2 of their last 5. I think if we look at the draw outcome is probably going to be quite low for this one. Where is it? 3.5. 3.5. It's not super low, but it's low enough for me. It's low enough for me that it makes me think that I want to back a draw here. Have you done your Serie A predictions already, FTS? I'm not doing them. No, I'm not competing in Beat the Base this weekend. Yeah, I haven't done them. I'm not entering it. So you guys, you're not competing against me for Beat the Base. And even if you were, if I won it, then I'd give it to the second place anyway. So I'm not, yeah. I haven't done them. I haven't even really looked into the games or anything. Let's do 1-1 here. Do we need to use a different ball? Probably not. This German ball is 308 that it would give us for a 1-1. This would give us 269 and we'd get a little bit of a boost for a 1-1. Let's not do it. Let's do that one. 1-1. Okay. So we've done all our predictions for the German league, right? The Bundesliga this weekend. And we might change them tomorrow. We'll have another double check and we'll revisit them to see what we think. I think at the moment, I'm actually kind of happy with a lot of our predictions here. There's no games that we've predicted for a clean sheet. That's pretty standard with our predictions when we do them for the German league, because most of the games don't actually produce clean sheets. It's quite a goal-heavy league. So us not having a clean sheet here doesn't really worry me. Probably there will be at least one or maybe two games that will have a clean sheet, but at the moment I can't see it. So maybe tomorrow when we look at it again, we might be able to spot a clean sheet, but I can't see it right now. I think every team should be able to score against the other one. Possibly Bochum don't, but I'd like to think that Bochum score. And maybe this one, if you're being really honest about it, you could say maybe there's a 1-0 here because the two teams are so bad at scoring. So maybe those, the last game of the game week, Cologne Mainz, and then the first game of the game week, Hoffenheim Bochum, maybe there's a clean sheet there for someone. But yeah, I don't see it at the moment. We'll check it again tomorrow. We've got 49 energy left over. It's not enough energy for us to compete in game week 55. So what we're going to do is we're going to pay it forward into game week 56. And then that will leave us with 9 energy left over, which will then mean that we can change 4 predictions for this weekend. Our predictions for the Brazilian League went awful. Look, we done 1-1 for every single game, and look, it kind of went terrible. It hasn't really worked out for us at all. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, right? This weekend or this week in Pooky, we came out on the wrong end of the 1-1, the board draw strategy, as we like to call it. Yeah, so that's okay. We gave it a go. It took us like a minute to do. So the only thing is that we don't win anything from the energy that we spent. So we might have been better spending that energy, say, in the Premier League and then analysing the games better, spending more time to then try and get a return, but hey-ho. Hello also to Mark Gork as well. How you doing, man? Service to you. Thank you. So you're jumping on the strings a lot. I love it, man. I need to try and jump on yours when you're playing poker. I used to play poker quite a bit, but yeah, just for whatever reason, I couldn't find the time to play. I think I was playing more video games than poker, actually. Like, I do enjoy poker. I was playing a lot online, but yeah, I had this, when I was a lot younger, I played video games like crazy. So if I had the choice to play poker or video games, I'd play like a video game. But I quite enjoy watching people play poker, which is why I like jumping in your streams, man. Right. We need to pay it forward. Ooh. Champions League is quite a good one to pay it forward. Honestly, I never compete in the Champions League, you know, on Pooky. And there's usually a very big prize pool. Let's have a look at game week 56 at the moment. 1,400 Matic in there. The Premier League will again have a decent prize pool. So will the German League. So technically we could just pay 40 of this forward into the German League. I want to kind of mix it up, right? I do. I want to mix it up. One of the slight issues with Pooky, and it's not really an issue with Pooky, it's more like how you approach the game, is that I don't have a Champions League ball and I don't have Champions League stickers. I don't have a Europa League ball or any Europa League stickers. I don't have a Premier League ball or any Premier League stickers, right? So I want to play in the Premier League more because it's popular, and obviously I'm English, so I follow the league a lot. I know a lot about the teams, and the prize pool in it is usually amazing, but we've got a German league ball. And so we get bigger boosts by competing in the German league. And the German league I know quite well too. So I'm always in a way, finding that I'm just reverting back to the usual league that I know, which is every week it's the German league and then either the Argentinian league or the Brazilian league. And I'm never really venturing out to try an English league because I feel like I'm at a disadvantage because I don't have an English Premier League ball or a Premier League sticker. And you don't need one to compete in it. But I think if you want to have a good go at winning something good, then you probably need to have either an English Premier League ball or a Premier League sticker. And it makes it difficult for me to justify I should definitely play the Premier League where I have no advantage whatsoever, no bonuses over a league like the German league, where I do have an advantage because I have German stickers and I have German Pooky balls. So here I want to actually go into the Premier League, but I just think that I should go in here because this is where we're strongest, right? So we're probably going to go in here again. We can always go into the Premier League as well. So it's not like we can't go into it, and maybe we will, because by the time this starts, we'll have enough energy to do both, right? But I'm never feeling when the game week opens that I should be going into paying my energy forward into the Premier League. I'm always thinking German league first because that's where we're strong. And then, as I say, it's been the Argentinian league and the Brazilian league because we do the 0-0 or the 1-1 in there. We can't do it for the Argentinian league because basically there's only a few games left and we're not going to waste our time in it. So yeah, going forward, I guess we'll probably be able to start considering the Premier League in addition to the German league. But it's just something to keep in mind that you can almost get into that tunnel vision playing Pooky where you just always think about the league that you are competing in week after week after week. And actually sometimes it's just good to think, you know what, let's just try and upset the status quo and go into a league that we never really do or we don't feel that strong and just try and smash it. Bought an Antonio right now. Now I'm ready for game week 436. There you go, man. Right. German league. Okay. Let's pay it forward. We're not going to spend time researching or analyzing these games at all, which is kind of, if you can, what you should do. What we are going to do, we're just going to put in what comes to mind first of all. So here we're going to do 3-2. Why not? Done. Then here we're going to do Darmstadt, Wolfsburg, and we're going to back. Well, I don't like backing Wolfsburg away because they're kind of poor, but I feel like we need to. So let's do that. Could also be a 2-2, right? Maybe let's do that. Nah, let's do that. Let's do Wolfsburg to beat them away. 2-1. Let's do that. Okay. And then we have 20 energy, which we can spend in here. Let's do Augsburg versus Dortmund. Let's do that there. 2-1. And then Bochum versus Union Berlin. I'm going to back Bochum to win here. 1-0. Yeah, I'm going to back Bochum to win 1-0 here. Like that. Okay. So now we've got 9 energy left. We do not have enough to predict another game. We actually... Can we get our... Ooh. So what we could do, we can find an extra energy here. An extra 1 energy, which would then mean that we can do a full prediction. Let's do it. So the way that you can do it is you need to increase your prestige level. And so what we're going to do here, hopefully, is we're going to increase the levels of our stickers, and then that's going to increase our prestige level. And then in turn, that's going to hopefully give us an extra point of energy, an extra energy point. So what we're going to do, because we've got loads of stickers that we can upgrade here, we're going to upgrade the Leipzig one, level that one up, or we can level that one up a bit to there. Okay, let's do that. And then by the time we've done all this, and we don't have to do all of them, but by the time we've done a few, you'll see in a minute that we should have an extra point of energy, which then means that we can then just predict a full extra game. So we've just updated this one. We've leveled it up to level 18. If we refresh now, we've still got 9, so we haven't done enough yet. I think we need to take this to about 41. So we were just at 40.7 prestige. I think if we get this to 41, we should get another energy. So why don't we now do... let's do the 1-1. It's quite useful too. Upgrade that one to level 19. Continue. Okay, confirm. All right, that's maybe going to take us to 40.9, is it? We'll find out in a minute. Okay, so that's been done. Let's refresh the page again. No, it didn't take it to 40.9. So we need to do a bit more leveling up here. Let's level up one that's quite low. Like this one here, the 4-1 is at... What's this one on? This one's on the German ball. Let's upgrade this one. Let's take that one up 1 level. And then we do, if that's not enough, we can do another one. Just want to try and get an extra point here. It does mean that we won't be able to update our predictions, but if you're so close to 10, you should try and get to 10, right? Because it costs you 10 energy per prediction. So we can squeeze out another prediction. We're going to do it. Let's go on to a 4-1 here. Take this one from level 4. Oh, only 1 level? Oh my God, are we going to be able to do this here? I don't know if we're going to be able to do this, actually. Confirm. Okay. Refresh the page again. 40.8, it's not made a difference at all. Oh, can we squeeze the... Can we do it? Let's take this one... Milan Red up. Okay, by 2 levels. Surely that's going to take us to 40.9 now. Confirm. $40.8, okay. Still not done it yet. Let's upgrade this one, the Wales one. Oh yeah, we're gonna do it now. We're gonna do it. Yeah, we're gonna upgrade this one. This is gonna give us an extra point, I'm sure. Upgrade, level it up. Because this is a rare sticker. We're taking up by 4 extra levels here. This has surely got to give us an extra point. No, no way. Oh my God. I'm really surprised by that. Wow. Tough crowd. We've only got 86. Oh my God, we spent a lot. I think we can afford... We don't want to spend it all, but let's try and get... What's another sticker that we are tending to use? We were using the Lannis one and the Colorado one. We'll try and do these 2 ones, and then after that, I think we're done. This is going to spend 36, actually, which is kind of a lot. This is a lot of POC to try and get the extra energy. So if we do this and we don't get the extra energy, we've done it all for nothing, basically. Okay, refresh the page here. No, we've got 1 more shot at doing this then, and then that's it. We can't do it anymore. Let's upgrade the Lannis one as well. Oh, I don't think we're going to be able to do it. Oh, how brutal is this, right? Trying to squeeze out the extra energy, and we've not been able to do it. Oh, I can't believe that. We've upgraded so many stickers there, and we have not got the extra energy. Damn. Okay. Oh my God. Oh, at this point, we might as well commit, no? Might as well commit. this one can go up to an extra level. It's not a lot, actually. That won't really have much of a difference. Confirm. Kind of the annoying thing here is that you don't really know how far away you are from upgrading the prestige. There's no like bar to tell you that you're 80% close to getting to 40.9 or something. So you're just having to almost do it a little bit blind. So I have no idea whether we're close to getting to 40.9 actually. Oh, this one's a lot. Okay, we are going to use a little bit of our massage to get this done. Wow. This is actually going to use up all our pot here, which I wasn't expecting to do. Oh, I'm going to be annoyed if this here does not take us to 10 energy. We've upgraded so much. We spent so much pot here. Surely. Oh my God. Oh, it takes us to 40.9, but we're still one. We're 1 point away. Oh my God. There's nothing more we could do. We did go to 40.9. I think we need to be at 41 to then get that extra energy. Brutal. Brutal. All right. I can tell that the chat's gone quiet, so maybe it's time for us to end the stream. We're at the end point anyway of 5 hours, so yeah. It was pretty unlucky, wasn't it, Mark? I thought we'd get it. Can't believe we didn't get it. I thought we'd at least get the 1 energy there. Oh, well. I'm glad we gave it a go. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for today's stream. We are back again tonight. So in a few hours' time, I'll be logging back in. And yeah, we'll be doing some loot into legend, I think, tonight. And then maybe just a little bit of Sorare stuff too. So yeah, I hope you can join. Thank you so much for everyone's time. Thank you for the subs and the follows. Hope you enjoyed it. And I'll catch you in a few hours' time. Thanks, guys.